Hello, hello, hello. Good morning and happy Sunday because we are here with another Dirty Cups presentation for you today. This time we're bringing you an amateur tournament focusing in on some of the up-and-coming teams and players in Dirty Bomb. It's called the Proving Grounds because this is where everyone is going to make a name for themselves if they haven't done so thus far in the game of Dirty Bomb. Of course, I'm joined by Pixel Twitch on the microphone. How's it going, dude?
Hello, I'm good. I'm excited to see some of these new teams that we haven't actually been able to follow that much through the previous tournaments. I mean, we have got quite a few teams which have signed up in the past, but maybe due to the way that the brackets have been shaped, not had that look in the bracket system. So hopefully we're going to get some good games today. And yeah, I'm definitely excited.
Yeah, I'm excited to check it out as well. It's also been a couple of weeks since I've had the pleasure of casting some Dirty Bomb, so glad to be jumping back on the horse. It feels like a while since the closed beta finals happened. I know there's been a few casts in between, but we're back with another cup, and this is very different than the previous series, as that was really ramping up to figure out who's the best in Dirty Bomb. But now we're kind of opening the floodgates, setting our gazes towards the horizon to check out the masses of teams. And we actually, speaking of masses, we do have a mass of teams signed up, over 50 to be exact, signed up for this cup. We did cap out at 32 based on simple limitations. We only have our limited resources to run all the servers. We only have a couple admins who are on with us basically all day long, dedicating their entire Sunday to this. So at this point in time, we couldn't open it up to more than 32 teams, but we're really excited to see the interest that there is in amateur Dirty Bomb play. And this is a very good gauge. It's a barometer, so to speak, for the future and how we structure this stuff moving forward. So we do appreciate you all tuning in. I know that there's a lot else to watch right now, esports wise, going on Twitch, but we appreciate everyone tuning in and checking out some Dirty Bomb action. Again, my name is Fishdix. I'm joined by Pixel Twitch, and we will be jumping into the first games as soon as we're able to. It looks like we're going to be jumping into Vivacity versus Shift 6. We could have chosen many other matches in this first round. A lot of teams that, to be frank, us on the staff here don't really know. I mean, there's a lot of brand new teams showing up for the first time, but we do know Vivacity has been on for a couple of weeks, at least, maybe even a couple of months, scrimming and practicing. We're expecting them to go relatively far, and Shift 6 is a team that also rings a bell. I think they have somewhat of a history, not in this game, but potentially in others, so we think it might be a fun game to watch. But Pixel Twitch, let's talk a little bit more about the rule sets. We're bringing back the one merc rule. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I personally am very happy with the one merit rule, but I have been getting a little bit of flack from a lot of the teams actually that are saying that they kind of just wanted to stay how it was. However, I do feel like some of them concerns are more around aura rather than the overall rule itself. Unfortunately, we were unable to get Sparks into this event because there are a few little issues with her right now which are being ironed out, such as she does a little bit too much damage versus the EV and objectives, and obviously her revive is very strong. But overall, I am very excited to see the one merc rule come back, and I think as we see some more mercs release in the coming weeks and months, it's going to iron itself out, and I think eventually people will be very happy to see this. It adds so much more diversity into each match that, I don't know, it interests me. I honestly do find it very interesting. And some teams are going to be a little bit frustrated this week that it is just going to be Sawbones and Aura, but I reckon the teams that actually knuckle down and actually practice and actually try and make it work are going to be some of the teams that we see progress the furthest throughout this cup. So, yeah, I like it personally.
Yeah, it's definitely a contentious rule right now. We're still trying to figure out what works best for the Dirty Bomb community. So, most of these cups, we are still so early in the life cycle of the game that we're honestly trying to figure out what makes the most sense. I mean, I personally love the one merc rule. I think it's going to continue to become more and more interesting and more viable, and widely accepted as well as more mercs roll out. Obviously, we do have Sparks banned in this cup, which is a little bit disappointing. It would have been nice to have her for various reasons that you touched on. So we are limited to you basically have to have both an Aura and a Sawbones. But there's a lot of discussion going on about this on the forums, and we're reading it. I know Nexon and Splash Damage are reading it. Believe me, this is very much not a fixed rule. It's going to continue to evolve and continue to change moving forward. But we're going to try it out again, see what happens, see how the games shake out. And just stick with us as we are trying to find out which server to jump into for this first match. We are also using a brand new tournament platform this time, so we're learning the ropes of that in real time. So we do appreciate everyone sticking with us this morning. Sit tight for 15 or sometime in the next 10-15 minutes. We should be getting started, hopefully sooner than that. So let's talk about this Vivacity team. I don't know too much about Shift 6, but we have seen Vivacity play in the past. Pixel, have you had the chance to check them out so far?
Well, I haven't actually watched them play as a team yet, but I do know through playing Pugs that we've seen an awful lot of Powell and Jay Kaplan. And Jay Kaplan's like probably, I'd say, top tier when it comes to his aim at the moment, when it comes to playing fraggers and medics. I don't know what he's going to be playing on the actual team itself, but this is a team with some players that have kind of proven themselves in the closed community and in the pub community and stuff like that. So it's a team that I'm very excited to see how well they're going to do as a team, as I know how they can play individually. And to be honest, Shift 6, I don't even recognize any of the names, to be honest. I recognize the name from somewhere of the team, but not the players, so that's going to be an interesting one. I'm assuming that most of these teams have practiced, at least scrimmed against some of the other teams, but these two teams I have not seen play, to be honest, so...
Yeah, I'm with you. I definitely recognize their name, but I don't know too much beyond that point. And that honestly, that we could say the same about practically this entire roster of 32 teams signed up right now. There's so many new names, so many unproven talents. So that's really what we're looking forward to checking out here.
But let's be honest. Let's be honest, we all know who Fish is, right?
Yeah, we know Fish.
That's going to be a team we're going to try and watch quite a bit of, I think, because Team Fish is community favourites. I think they only just missed out on becoming a top 8 team in the previous cup, so, they've
close.
Also proven to actually be fairly decent. So the reason why we won't be casting them first is we are kind of expecting them to at least get into the round of 8, and then maybe we can watch them with a best of 3 or something, depending on how the rest of the brackets line up, because that's a team that I'm very excited to see, and I'm really hoping that we can actually see Fish maybe push to at least the semi-finals and the finals. So that's probably my favourite team of the cup, just based off who I know and what I've seen. So yeah, I think a lot of people are going to agree with that. Lumfish just recently did, who is the owner of Fish, a stream the other day, 24 hours, and he managed to raise a lot of money and stuff. So a lot of people in the community have seen him recently and do know him. So yeah,
I think Fish have signed up for every single closed beta cup we did, as well as I think even maybe all of the test cups on top of that. So Fish have been around. They've always been on the fringe of making it into that top tier. So definitely we'll be looking to see how Fish does in this cup. I think they have a really good chance.
Yeah, another thing that's really interesting about Fish is that this was not a team of pro players when it first started. All this was a group of people from, I believe it was Kudo Chop stream and somebody else's stream. There were just a few people that were talking in streams and actually decided that they were going to make a team together. It was just admins and viewers of multiple people's streams. They got together on Mumble one day and started playing, and all that kind of stuff just worked out to where they are now. And recently they've had a few substitutions to the team and new players, which I think they're a lot more competitive now than what they've ever been. So it's definitely going to be one that's interesting to watch.
Absolutely, and I think that's a important point to touch on here. A lot of these teams, they come together based on meeting each other around events like this, jumping on the dirtycups.gg mumble. So if you're listening right now, which there are over 400 folks already tuned in before the first matches started, so thanks everybody for tuning in. But if you're interested in competition, believe us when we say this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Dirty Bomb comp. And if you want to get involved, the best way you can do that, absolutely 100%, is just to go to dirtycups.gg and check it out. You'll find information about tournaments there. There are forums for finding teams, but absolutely 100%, most importantly, is jumping into pickup games. Now, if you're new to first-person shooters, A pickup game is when you all jump on a voice server, which is what we're using right now. We're on the dirtycups.gg mumble. And then you jump into a server, and then you elect team captains to sort of pick the two teams. It's basically like the starter pack for jumping into competition, figuring out how people play at a high level, getting your name out there. It's 100% the best way to do it. So if you're interested in competition, dirtycups.gg is the location for you. Make sure to jump on Mumble. Probably not right now because everyone's tied up playing in the cup. But as soon as this is over, definitely look to check out the pickups, because absolutely 100% the best way to get into competitive, well, any competitive FPS, but certainly competitive Dirty Bomb. It looks like the server is populating very quickly here, so we might get started almost on time, only a little bit late, which is actually perfectly on time in the world of competitive online FPS games. If you're only like 20-30 minutes late, you're actually way ahead of the pack. So we're going to be jumping into this very soon. Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch.
So I've just been reading the chat quickly, and it seems that Shift 6 are actually a global agenda team. Unless I'm being trolled here, I could be trolled, but there definitely seems to be quite a bit of support for them guys. So maybe they are
I believe
known by the people in the chat.
I mean, ZFZ came from PlanetSide or something like that, or so I heard. So you can come from very different games and genres.
Oh yeah, definitely.
A lot of folks playing Dirty Bomb do. As we've talked about in many of the previous cups, like the Dirty Bomb is basically a magnet for fringe FPS players, the folks who don't play COD or don't play Counter-Strike, but have come from one of the dozens and dozens of more niche FPS communities out there. But enough about that, because we're heading on to Trainyard in the first round of this cup. It's a 32-team bracket. This first round is going to be a single map to decide it. And again, it's single elimination, so the pressure is really on.
So Trainyard for the first map is always one of those really interesting ones, because Trainyard is probably, I like to consider it the most balanced map in all of Dirty Bomb right now. It just feels like it's so competitive. And to play best of one on must be so nerve-wracking for these teams, especially if they haven't got that much competitive experience in Dirty Bomb themselves. So, yeah, I think we're going to have, yes, Viva City on Defender first, and then we've got Shift 6 on attack.
All right, we do have all the players in the server, so in just a couple minutes we'll be jumping into it. It is Trainyard with Vivacity. I don't know how to pronounce it properly.
I also feel it could be Viva City. It says Viva and then it's City at the end. I'd love to hear somebody who knows this
We're
thing.
just going to mix it up continuously throughout the tournament, just to screw with your guys' heads. Because that's how Pixel Twitch and I do it. But yeah, it looks like Vivacity is going to be joining up on the attacking side they're defending. Yeah, right. They are defending first, and then Shift 6 will be on attack. And actually, Shift 6, I like their clan tag. It's basically a little smiley face with Shift 6. It's the little bracket, so nice stuff. And I'm excited to check this out. The first round of the tournament will be going live momentarily. So sit tight, folks.
I just get it. The little smiley face is what happens if you press Shift and 6.
Yeah, you got it, buddy.
Oh, wow. I'm amazed. I'm easily impressed.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's hear it from the folks in chat. What are your predictions? I know quite a few of you have got to be fans of, or friends of some other players participating in this cup. Who do you think is going to win it? Let us know in chat right now, and we'll take a look at your responses. Also, if you want to check out the brackets, you can just go to dirtycups.gg and click the tournament button and figure that out. I think it's dirtycups.gg/tournament/brackets.
I think it's live.
We're jumping into it, folks. I'm seeing a lot of people predicting for Vivacity. I don't know if they're talking about in this first round or in the entire tournament, but I guess we'll find out as we move through the bracket. All right, let's take a look at how these teams set up. It is the first round of the first match. Here we go with Shift 6 on attack, setting up very quickly here. And Pixel Twitch, you say this is one of the most balanced maps. You say this is one of the best maps. Let's see how it unfolds. It looks like it's a strong push for the MG side. In fact, all of Shift 6 pushing that MZ side. Not really poking out the window, though. They're super bunched up. A single nade could do a lot of damage. Hey, look at this. They're using Aura on attack, Pixel.
Oh yeah, there was no doubt they were going to be using it, but the actual position of the healing station was very smart, and they've actually all rotated round. They haven't lost a single player yet, and now from going to the MG, we've got a Fragger going up on the right-hand side, and then 4 going underneath and behind, and it looks like they're going to go for this pincer attack, and they are in close to the objective now, next to that right-hand side gate. And it all seems to be going okay, and the defenders are 3 people down.
Yeah, it looks like a bogus airstrike takes out one of Vivacity's there. And one thing I'll say about Shift 6 so far is they're not getting a ton of frags very quickly, but they are staying alive right now. Look at this, the medic could pick up his entire team. Oh no, just barely doesn't get up the other aura. But so far Shift 6 is showing that they're fighters here. They're not going to go down quickly. That push eventually gets shut down, but it's kind of rare to see a single squad of folks stay alive for an entire minute and 20 seconds or so there.
It was impressive. That was probably one of the longest first attacks I've seen on Train Yard. The first attack normally always gets shut down completely, or the defense will get trashed. And that was such a close fight, and it's actually worked out that it looks like it's going to happen exactly the same again. All the players are up, and none of these players are dying right now.
There is the flank coming from Jay Kaplan, but nice medic work as that aura continues to bounce around. The Vasily is down, but he's not gibbed. Oh, everyone was right there. And in comes the aura, picks up the fragger. Gonna be able to pick up the fragger one more time. And it's still a 2-on-2 here. The spawn waves should be coming in any second now, but still a 2-on-2 right by the objective.
It was a shame that they already decided to kill out at that moment, because it was a 2 versus 2, and it was actually an engineer and a sniper versus basically a combo. I honestly believe the attackers, if they actually pushed in, they could have actually gone for long spawns on those 2 players, and maybe would have actually seen a bit of a different attack coming out right now. But that said, it's another 5 versus 5, and these fights are just too close to call at the moment.
It seems like I'm jumping out on somewhat of a limb here, only 2 minutes into the first game, but I'm going to just go ahead and say this seems like already a fairly even matchup, just firefight-wise. You know, these teams are going back and forth.
Oh yeah, it's certainly looking that way, isn't it? I mean, the attackers are actually managing to stay alive. I think that's the big difference right now. The medic work just seems to be completely on point. Obviously, Gibbs are coming out now from Fury, who is on Vivacity, and it looks like we are going to have the plant go down finally. And they're only planting for this right-hand side gate. Are we going to see the door closed? Already done. And now Vivacity have got to work hard to actually close this. Vivacity, you know? It's the same name.
Alright, well, Vivacity have actually taken the area back over. It looked like it was completely at the hands of Shift 6. I'm not really sure where they dispersed to. They're kind of hanging back really far right now. Not quite positive that this is the right move here.
There's actually a defuse going on.
Yeah, the defuse has been going down for a while. Slow defuse, but they got it about 80% already. So I'm not really sure why Shift 6 pulled back to such a defensive posture there. I mean, they may not have been able to defend it anyway, but you got to at least try. You got to poke your head out there and at least give it a shot. And if there's one thing I would criticize Shift 6, not 6-6, Shift 6 for at this point, I mean, they've played well as a team. They've coordinated at many times so far in the short match, in the short 4 minutes so far, but they haven't really shown a lot of aggression. Maybe a little bit too timid in some cases.
Yeah, I would say in that fight, in the defense then, I think what happened is they decided to back off towards the right-hand side house because they expected the rest of Vivacity to push underneath the bridge, which didn't actually happen. So they all waited there, and by all going there and having nobody watching the plant, they actually allowed Vivacity to get into decent positions on the bridge, which they was then unable to retake. So it did definitely cost them.
Nice nade from JCap. Taking down 2 and make that a 3rd. Here comes Vivacity one more time. Gonna be able to disarm this without any sweat off their brow. But that's like the second or third plant here in a couple minutes. So still definitely not down and out for Shift 6. But Vivacity.
Oh, they got the diffuser. They got the diffuser. Yeah. It's gonna get tapped.
Yeah, it's got to. It's got to. Yeah, I already stopped looking. I'm like, that's gonna be diffused.
Now, one thing I would say about Shift 6 right now is they're not getting bad spawn waves. They're actually staying on the same waves almost each time. We haven't seen a single, oh, he's been long spawned, or it's a new wave and there's 4 versus 5. They're actually managing to keep control of their spawns very well indeed, and I think that's one of the major things which is helping them out here.
Oh, look at that. Quite a few kills going the way of Vivacity, but a bunch of revives followed directly after, so Shift 6 still up and still about, and it does not look like Vivacity actually has an engineer here. Their engineer is down, so they're going to be having to disarm this the long and slow way, at least for now. And in comes an engineer for Shift 6. Coming in, is he going to drop a turret here as well? Let's see.
Wow, that flank, that little pincer movement really helped them out, and they've definitely got this first objective now. They're actually going to be moving, and if Vivacity or Vivacity are unlucky, they could get flanked. Grenades are in. Unfortunately, we didn't see Shift 6 really commit to that. If they actually pushed in, then they could have actually got a couple of kills and then just ran to the train cart and maybe got a plant. But you live and learn.
Yeah, that was definitely a scary spawn time for Vivacity. You could really get caught with your pants down if you're less aware of how the spawn timers work, especially on this map. But, you know, they pulled back, they survived, and now they have a good stance on the objective.
Look how low some of the health is right now on them Shift 6 players. Very, very close.
That will be a full respawn wave for Shift 6. Let's see how they split up attacking this first objective. Of course, you can all... typically, we see a lot of folks go right immediately, but you also want to send some folks left. And it's actually a full man push onto the left-hand side, but Vivacity are in position to see this coming. The question is, can Shift 6 get a couple quick kills here and move on with this momentum? They're actually going the long way around, quite a few of them going around towards the generator. Will they try to build this generator here? That's actually not a bad play to build up that generator and get another route of attack moving in here. But look at this, it's very, they're sticking with it. They've done so many full 5-man pushes on a single side of the map where they just stay alive for so long and just keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing, and that's what we're seeing exactly one more time here by Shift 6. And oh, and Nate comes in, and wow, Ido just like flew about 20 feet in the air. That was kind of cool to watch.
Yeah, Jay Kaplan really kind of saved this wave right now. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's still a chance that Adio could keep them from getting that defuse, which will open up this left-hand side gate. But Jay Kaplan really just kind of muted that full attack wave, which was so important for them. That said, it didn't do it for long because the plant has gone down on the track car now, and it has to be said, Shift 6 are in great position to defend this from.
They're all kind of bunched up still, though. I mean, we've seen JCap have some very clutch nades already. I would expect we might see another one here in just a second. Oh, wow. Okay. So the C4 blows up, takes down 2 of Shift 6. Luckily, they have some medic support there. It looks like Engineer is on the objective trying to disarm it here, but the medics jump in, or sorry, the knives jump in and keep the medics from getting those revives.
So, Shift 6 are really interesting to watch. Like, I haven't seen these guys play as a team that often, but it seems like they must have been playing for a long time together because they just seem to be so, like, connected. They seem to know where everybody is. They seem to be just on each other's tail at all times. And, again, another objective taken, which was seemingly easy. Now, don't get me wrong, these times are not amazing. The second objective time compared to the first objective time is much better. But still, it just feels like solid pushes and solid teamwork all the way for Shift 6 right now.
Yeah, that's right. And what were they saying? They come from Global Agenda, so I guess that's a game that it's kind of like a players versus enemies, right? So it's all about teamwork, not player versus player as far as my knowledge. I haven't played it myself, but from my knowledge of the game. So yeah, it makes sense that they're going to stick together. They're going to play as a unit, which is always important in a team game like Dirty Bomb. And there's Jay Kaplan again, hitting these nades. He's making them count almost every time so far, Pixel.
Oh yeah, Jay Kaplan, like we've seen him on Bugs quite often recently, and he's just one of those solid players. You know, the kind of guy which always gets first picked regardless of who captain is, because they know that he's going to be able to make them nades and that weapon work for him every single time. So I'm not surprised at all to see him at the top of Vivacity right now. And he is really kind of being that one player which is holding this team together at the moment. Airstrike coming in. doesn't manage to take out any players, we're actually going to see
I like
another
this.
rotation.
They're not afraid to rotate. They're not afraid to feign as if they're going on one side, or maybe they're actually going for it. But then they just say, you know what? They have a shot caller who says, guys, we're going the other way. And they're not afraid to pull all the way back and switch it up. It didn't really work out so well for them that time, but I like it. I approve.
Oh, completely. I cannot, like, make a bigger point of this, really, but Shift 6, again, have not been on alternate spawn waves once. We don't even see the pro teams manage this.
I know. It's kind of awesome. Here we are in the first round, already seeing some innovative Dirty Bomb play coming out from Shift 6, a team that we have never seen before in one of these cups. Or have we? I don't think so.
Well, I know we haven't spectated these guys. We definitely haven't watched Shift 6 in a match on stream. And I haven't seen them play, and I haven't scrimmed against them or anything like that, so definitely new to me. Again, they got 3 people up on main. Players are going down. Revives are coming out, and they're all going to get wiped up. Most definitely. And this going to be the first long... No, it's not.
No, it wasn't long at all. It was actually very short.
See, as much as I am praising Shift 6, I do want to kind of point out that Vivacity, in opportunities like that, could have actually stopped shooting and actually put these players on long spawns. So as well as Shift 6 is playing, Vivacity just don't seem to be that aware of the spawn timer themselves, which I think is allowing Shift 6 to actually be able to manage their spawn timers much better. There have been quite a few opportunities where Vivacity could have actually put players on long spawns if they just waited a few seconds. Like, waited a second, you got 5 people there, you can't do any damage to you. Jake Kaplan again with a huge nade takes out Adeo and Leo.
Jake Kaplan is really doing work for his team. I can't overemphasize that right now. On Shift 6 side, it's been the standout play has really been the awesome meta work we've seen. Those guys so ready to jump in with their paddles out.
Oh, poor guys. This is not their fault. There is a person on long spawn right now, and the reason that they're on long spawn is they accidentally decided to 2 players switch over to Nader. So, yeah, so they did kill out, they did do the right things, but unfortunately that little bit of lax in communication is going to cost them here. But they're all back up now, and hopefully they aren't too frustrated with each other and they are able to continue and actually move on with this momentum. There's 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, and they've still got 2 of these objectives to deliver. The time isn't on their side right now, but it certainly is possible, and I think if any team's going to do it, they're going to do it on one super push, and it could be this push now.
Let's see, they're going through the building this time. I don't think they've done a full 5-man push straight through the building just yet. They're poking out through the window, but oh lord, are they bunched up right now. I'm so afraid. In comes an airstrike, but no dice. No damage done whatsoever with that thing. So they got to find a way to break up this crossfire. If you look at Vivacity, they're very well spread apart, the objective area. So it's going to take some area of effect damage. Oh, they get a kill and a Gibbs, so it's a 5v4 for another couple of seconds. But the respawn wave is coming, so Vivacity's players will be back in just a matter of seconds. Can they capitalize in this short amount of time? In come the revives, or the attempted revives, but wow, that
15 seconds for everybody. On Shift 6. That was a really strong attack and a really, really strong defense by Vivacity. I did notice that there was an awful lot of Aura Heal Station play coming out there, which kept both teams alive for ridiculous amounts of time. And yeah, it was looking so close. I honestly thought that Shift 6 had just about managed to do it, but then all of a sudden they start rushing out and there's a turret already going up and an airstrike in the sky, and it just didn't work out. They've got enough time to really push 1 more of these objectives. It is possible to get 2, but I think right now they're probably just going to be accepting that we're going to do 1 really smart, long push around the back of the map and try and just get 1 of these objectives before the time's up.
And here they are, slow and methodic as ever. Will never mind. Yeah, they're very, very spread apart at this point. It's gonna be super tough to push in. Just 1 aura left. Can she be the hero? Unlikely.
At least it was on the same spawn wave. You got 1, 22 seconds to push in.
Always.
It's gonna be basically a sprint to try and get 1 now. There's no point in trying to do any tactics. Just run straight down the mid, guys. You can't go red house. You haven't got time. Turn around and come back, sonny boy.
I don't think there's time anyway.
Yeah, I think they've kind of given
effort
up
here by Shift 6. I liked what I saw from this team. You know, it is a little bit rough because this is single elimination. And even worse than that, for for the poor teams playing in the first and second rounds, it's single elimination and a best of one. So you've got one shot. So don't blow it.
37 kills in the first half.
Yeah. Not bad. Not bad at all. They actually had a couple really nice airstrikes as well from, I guess it must have been Fury.
Like, I don't think the scores really, what we see on this scoreboard right now, really does the team's justice. Right? What we saw then was Shift 6 do some amazing work. And yes, they did die a lot more frequently than Vivacity, but when they made a push work, they made a push really work. They kind of play this different style of game where it's not all about making progress and slowly pushing in. It is almost all about this. We keep trying something and this one push will make it work. And I think they did an awful lot better than what the scores are making it look like. And I'm sure they're going to do a really good defense now.
You know, Shift 6, they never played with a fragger, did they? Or did they?
Yeah.
I don't think we saw much fragger play, but look at this. Ido has now switched over to a Rhino over on defense as Shift 6 now assumes the position of defenders here on Train Yard. Wonder where he'll be placing that Rhino. Surely the Aura healing station will be placed close by. Let's see where they
get. Interesting play. Oh, they weren't ready.
He's in the MG. Interesting.
Huh. He wasn't ready for this. Vivacity's really strong offensive push, so now the Rhino has been left at the other side of the map while the rest of Vivacity and Shift 6 have to fight this out. This is not going well at all right now for Shift 6.
I've never seen a Rhino on an MG before. That actually somewhat makes sense, actually. You can stay alive probably pretty well.
Oh, and they almost get completely wiped. Look at the respawn timers are on their side. The Rhino is in play.
The Rhino's going to have to literally do all the work. And that's not happening.
5 people from Vivacity still on that point. The plant is about to go down. And I think that Rhino play kind of really messed them up there. The Rhino was unable, due to his slow movement speed, to really get back into the fight. And then because of that, the healing station was out of play. And it really cost them.
Yeah, Shift 6 looks to be pretty much down and out right now. Their Engineer's dead. Oh, Engineer's back up. Now dead and gibbed. So this is you're gonna be hard pressed to disarm this thing. It's about halfway done, and your Engineer is gone.
Providing that the Rhino and Aura don't actually get a full 5-man wipe and have all the time in the world right now, it is going to be almost impossible for them to actually get the defuse due to time. They should really be considering rotating back to the door and trying to get a hold so they don't get rushed on the second objective, because these times are looking like they're going to be brutal. Vivacity are going to be able to catch them at the door. If this, luckily,
the gates open up. Shift 6 is a size of breath of relief there, as they're able to rotate back onto the objective. The turret is up. The Rhino is up. Although these positions are kind of interesting. I feel like they're a little bit too defensive. I mean, Vivacity could come from almost any angle right now, and they don't really have eyes on any of the main entrances. It is actually the entire Vivacity coming from the underside, so they will actually meet right in the hallways here, and that Rhino is up and continues to be revived several times now. The healing station's down for both teams, but a headshot at point blank range comes in. The Aura will go down here as well, so Shift 6 on the back pedal once again here.
It seems like some of what we was praising Shift 6 for in the first half is what's really screwing them over in the second half. That close vicinity all the time is just leaving them open to spam and being surrounded on defense. And I think they really need to be a little bit more aggressive and split on that defense and try and cut them off before they actually get into the point. Because right now, Vivacity are just being able to just surround them and push in really strong, and it's not looking good right now for Shift 6 at all.
No, well, they have somewhat reclaimed the objective area, but 3 of them have gone down in really no time at all right here. So it's a 4 versus 1. Make that 4 versus 0. The entirety of Shift 6 is down and out for the count. So in comes the plant, and now Shift 6 is fighting for their tournament life. It all comes down to this C4. Can they disarm it and move on, or will they go down right here, right now in the first round?
So we've got the Rhino going onto the train car. Oh, the grenades
Oh,
are real!
my.
A triple nade by Jay Kaplan. What a throw! Even taking out the Rhino in a single nade. This second objective looks almost certain to go down. They've got enough time to get the defuse on, but realistically, we need that engineer to be running straight in there and getting the defuse any second now, and it's not looking.
Oh, God, that nade was on point. I don't know how J-Cap saw that coming, but that nade was straight on point twice in about 20 seconds. Doing it for his team, and that
And
should
there
be
we
the
go.
map.
That is the map.
I don't know if they want to just play it out here.
If they do, that's fine. We don't have to. So what we can do now is have a quick talk about what actually happened there, because Shift 6 was looking really strong as a team, just managing to actually make each push kind of work for them, staying alive, not getting caught out on long spawns. The tactical game on attack was seemingly on point, and I think it was just a little bit of a skill gap with especially a couple of players like Vivacity and Fury just seemed to be getting some major important kills out on them as he was doing the attacks. But I don't know, I'm definitely excited to see Shift 6 play again in future. It was definitely something that we're not used to seeing really in Dirty Bomb, that playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely, and again, these teams, there's only one way to get better. It's going to be by playing in these high-pressure competitions. It's not going to happen just practicing in pubs and even pugs. Even scrims can't really truly prepare you for what comes when the pressure's really on. When there's, you know, we got in-game credits on the line, but more importantly, we've got 638 people watching right now, which is probably more pressure than a lot of these folks are used to be honest.
Yeah, totally. Like, if you actually look at Vivacity right now and just look at the scores, like, you can see just how skewed it looks when you got Jay Kaplan right now on 16,000 XP with the next best on his team at 10,000 and the best player on Shift 6 hovering around the 7,000 mark. It is a huge gap, and obviously score doesn't mean everything. It can be skewed by certain factors during play. Well, I think it was obvious to see that Jay Kaplan was really holding Vivacity together, and he's definitely one of them players that we need to be looking out for in the tournament. And I think if he continues to play like that and the rest of his team start warming up a little bit, I think that these guys could be favourites to actually go really quite far, at least into semis in this cup today. So Vivacity, I expect that we'll be seeing a lot more of these guys today. So yeah.
I would agree with that. I think we're going to see them go very far in this cup. But yeah, I mean, I guess we could take this time to ask the chat. If you're taking a look at the brackets, I don't know if any of the first rounds have been reported or not, but what match do you want to see next? Again, that's dirtycup.gg. Hit the tournament button at the top of your screen and let's take a look at those brackets and figure out what's coming up next, because this first round, sadly for Shift 6, is already over. Well, look at this, Shift 6. Got the full wipe that time. So still in it, still pushing.
It's going to be one of those now. They're going to get the full hold on this last objective, aren't they? Just to just show that it was a lot closer than what sometimes the game can make it look.
Yeah, they might, man. That's an interesting positioning for the Rhino. It's up in the broken building, which is probably the closest corridors there are on this map. It's probably right around here.
It's the little mistakes that I think they're making Shift 6. Like the Rhino, the positioning was great, but
I like that flank. Solo Rhino flank coming from the back. You don't see that too often. Oh my god, and Fury really knows where to place those airstrikes, because that's not the first time we've seen him take out more than one with a single airstrike.
Look at that one aura.
Does indeed look like the first round matches are beginning to trickle in, so do take a look at those brackets and let us know what you're most interested in checking out in the second round.
I'm just going to have a quick look at the brackets myself, I think.
Yeah, we do appreciate all of you for tuning in. I'm quite pleased with the 600 plus folks that have joined us already for the first round. You know, this is a cup facing the newer players, showing off the newer teams and the up-and-coming teams in the scene. So we don't have PKD, we don't have 6-6, we don't have ZFZ or Reason Gaming, but we do have all the up-and-coming teams that you want to see, and that, who knows, will be giving these other teams a run for their money in the near future. So we're trying out this new format just to spread the love around. We know that there's a lot of interest in competitive Dirty Bomb, in not just at the very, very highest level, but also at a more casual competitive level. So happy to see so much interest, as we really did have a ton of teams sign up for this thing. Over 50 in the end. So we definitely got to figure out a way to accommodate more teams in the future.
I think as the game grows and as we start going towards an EU and US split when it comes to certain competitions, obviously we'll start the ones which combine both. It'll be a lot easier, because right now the issue with having so many teams play isn't just the logistics of admins and servers, it's also a problem with time. I mean, if we've got people playing at 10 AM American time, that still means that in EU it's like 2 AM, 4 AM in the morning before some of the matches finish, especially the finals. So I think there's definitely some room to actually kind of expand to more teams. We just need to really start seeing these kind of numbers trickle through each week until we can actually get that sorted out. Good news for, well, I say good news, I shouldn't be biased, but Fish have gone through as well now, so Fish are into the next round.
It's okay, we could be biased for Fish. They played in all of our cups. They have like the nicest guys in the world. I'll be biased for Fish if you're not.
Okay.
Alright, well, it looks like we're going to stay in this match until more of the round 1 matches do trickle in. It does look like a few second round matches should be getting ready in the near future, but only a couple so far are ready for the next round, so we are just going to stick it out, I think, for a couple more minutes here, and we'll be figuring out what that next match is as soon as possible.
This is also one of the small problems that you do get with a best of one. The match can be over just as some of the other ones are starting on the other side, so do bear with us. We're actually just looking at a few matches that may be interesting to watch. I mean, there is already one that has finished, which is Shift Squad versus Sunrise. I don't honestly recognize any of these players though, so I wouldn't really know how that was going to be balance-wise. But that is,
well, hell, I mean, if they're ready to play, then we might as well jump into it. I mean, there's so many teams in this cup that we have no idea who they are or how they're going to play, that we're going to have to jump into some games where we don't recognize the folks.
Completely.
So,
I
you know what? I'm just going to say let's do that. If we could just figure out a server for that, I will message folks at Skype, and we'll move right on to that in a second.
So what about you guys in chat? What do you guys think? Is this different to what you normally expect to see when you're watching Dirty Bomb? Did you notice any differences, any little nuances between the teams that we saw in the first match than what you used to see with your PKDs and your ZFCs? Like, honestly, I think we're seeing little bits of new play coming out. I actually really like the idea of these really slow kind of pushes which are kind of methodical and actually push through all at once, but I was also liking Jay Kaplan's kind of just solid, just run in there and die approach. So I don't know, what do you guys think?
And you know, you did mention it earlier, Pixel. Oh, they're finally, looks like they're trying to plant one of the objectives, but you know, Shift 6 here, they're putting up a fight. They said, you know, you may have gotten the first 2 objectives a little bit quicker than we did, but we're going to have a little bit of a moral victory and try to hold this final objective as long as we possibly can. And it seems like they really have effectively. To be honest, Vivacity has barely even had an attempt at delivering one of these things. So yeah, Shift 6, a little moral victory here.
It's that Aura Rhino strat carrying them through on this final objective, that Aura healing station just keeping that Rhino alive ridiculous amounts of time.
Yeah, the first round of the tournament will come to a close in just a second here, but we're jumping into the next match as soon as we can. It looks like we do have a server, so I'm going to go check that out right now. And sit tight. You are tuned into the Proving Grounds Cup I can't speak. You're tuned in to Proving Grounds, brought to you by DirtyCup.gg. I'm Fishdix with Pixel Twitch on the microphone. And this is like the 9th or 10th time that we've casted together now, man. Time sure is flying.
Wow. Is it that much already?
No, ish.
I think you
At
could be
least
correct.
like 6 to 8 range.
Yeah, we did. How many test cups was there? I think there was 3 or 4 test cups. Then we did the EU versus America. I don't think you was. Yeah, you wasn't here for the Nexon versus Splash Damage, but we did have also the 4 of the real cups and then the final, and then this. Yeah, it is. It's about that. You are correct.
Yeah.
It does fly. It does fly,
Time is
doesn't
flying
it?
as Dirty Bomb continues to evolve.
It's more interesting that we've been doing this, that means, for nearly 3 months. It doesn't feel like that long at all.
Yeah, we've come a long way. I mean, the first cup that we had, the first test cup, I think we had about 11 teams. The next one was like 15. The next one was like 22. The next one was like 38. And, it's just been growing significantly with every single cup. Obviously the game did come out in open beta at a certain point in there. Which helped a little bit, I would say. But hey, it looks like we are getting into the next server. It's going to be Sunrise versus Swift Squad. So a lot of folks trying to confuse us with their S names. It's
there's lots of shifts.
Yeah, Swift, Shift, Sick, Six, Squad. So here we are, jumping into round number 2 as soon as possible.
So I'm just going to set myself up for a little local record, which I do after every single match, and it's so frustrating. It takes so much time. But it's all for that production quality, isn't it, guys? It's all for that production.
Again, if you are tuning in just now, or if this is your first ever Dirty Cups stream, I want you to check out dirtycups.gg. It's where the competitive community is currently rallied. 100% of the biggest cups have been happening via dirtycups.gg. It also has a great environment for pickup games if you're interested in jumping into the competitive scene as well. And I also want to shout out, while we wait for this map to load up and everyone to get into the server, we're doing a giveaway in conjunction with Razor right now. If you type !Razor in chat, you're going to see the information. All you got to do is follow Dirty Cups on social media, here on Twitch, retweet a tweet, and you'll have a chance to win some awesome Razer gear. I believe we're giving away a Chroma keyboard, which is going to be pretty nice for whoever wins that thing.
It's an ultimate Chroma. Like, ultimate. it makes it so much stronger, man.
But let's be honest, it's a tournament edition apparently, so it'll make you better, Dirty Bomb. No, you don't do !Razor to enter the raffle. You have to actually click the link. You can find it over at dirtycups.gg as well. But folks, all you got to do here is follow Dirty Cups on our social media channels, which is something you should be doing anyway. So pretty easy stuff to enter in for this raffle. You'll just need to follow us on Twitter, retweet a tweet, follow us here on Twitch, and join our Steam group as well, which is another great way to know when the pickups are happening and network with other folks in the dirtycups.gg community. So Swift versus Swift Squad. That's it. Versus Sunrise. Jumping into the next game momentarily here. And as I said before the game started today, we do appreciate you tuning in today. We know that there's a lot of other esports going on Twitch at this very second, but you chose to watch Dirty Bomb. You chose to listen to us cast for some reason. So we're forever grateful to each and every one of you.
Ain't that right, Lumpfish in the chat as well? Oh yeah, I'm eternally grateful. Like you have no idea how grateful I actually am. I would show you how grateful I am, but I will probably get arrested in multiple states. But no, I'm only joking. But seriously, guys, thanks very much for watching this. Especially, like, I'll be honest, I won't deny it. I was a little bit concerned when we was going to do this, and we knew we had so much competition from a lot of the other big games out there, and knowing that it was kind of a proving grounds cup where we weren't going to have those big names, which you never know really how much that affects viewer figures, but it seems that there's an awful lot of people out there that just want to see Dirty Bomb, and it's not about individual teams, it's about all the teams coming together and actually putting on some great matches. So yeah, I hope that we give you some good games today, and thank you very much for coming out and actually filling out that chat and making it interesting for us as well.
Uh-oh. I think we effectively DDoSed ourselves. So many people are watching the stream, and so many people just went to dirtycups.gg that I think we just took the site down. So good luck. Good luck, everybody, fixing that. I'm sure top men will be on it. Paging Sagan on roids. Paging Sagan on roids. Please help. But you can still check out the brackets over on tournament.com somewhere over there. All right, so we will move. We're actually heading over to Bridge now. Is that correct? Yes, it is.
Yes.
Second round of the tournament, still a best of one, still single elimination. So the pressure is on as much as ever.
Second on roads in chat. We're screwed, guys. We're screwed.
Sagan, please. Please, you're our only hope. Maybe, maybe someone can find the bracket links on tournament.com and post that in chat so we can all take a look. But we're jumping. Is this live? I think this is. We are live checking out some brand new teams that we absolutely have no idea how they're going to play, how they're going to perform, who they are. We don't know anything. So we're going to experience this live alongside our lovely viewers today. And here we go. It is Bridge. It is the second round. It is a best of one. Let's see it happen. And if actually just immediately looking at the teams, look how low the levels are for most of the players here. The highest level on this server is 15.
Oh,
so
wow.
Clearly some newer players at this point in time.
But it's both teams that are fairly new, so it should be fairly balanced in theory.
Looks quite even.
Looking how they're playing right now, they are going for more of the traditional kind of attack, just trying to push through that little cubby hole. And actually, I don't think any of the players actually took the bridge. There is still one player alive for Swift Squad. That's going to be really hard to pronounce all game, isn't it, Swift Squad?
So many tongue ties. I mean, I even thought 6-6 would always tie me up in the past. This is going to be interesting, folks. This is a whole,
whole new meta.
Yeah, this is going to be different. For sure.
We are seeing the sniper come out, and he's actually using the Felix, and this is a weapon which we don't really see used very often in competitive because it's considered not as viable as the Moa. So I'm interested to see if he can actually make it work. He is using that gold card with the red skin, which is looking extremely sexy on that weapon, but unfortunately he does get taken down.
Yeah, and here on this map, I feel like you're right. This is kind of the older meta of just shoving almost everyone through these corridors. The more that we've seen this map played, I feel the more people go over the bridge and actually just go up into the top office building room and use those windows as a vantage point to stage their attack. So I think we are going to look for Swift Squad. We're going to look to see them try to split up. I think that's really what you want to do on this map. There actually are several areas, several routes of attack. You can go through the middle, you can go through the side corridor, you can go over the bridge, and you can come through the window as well. So there's quite a few different ways to approach this, and in an ideal world, you're coming from multiple of those angles at once.
Oh, I don't know if I saw this correctly, but it looked like Ice Squad had just started throwing lots of sticky bombs and just ended up hitting his teammate on the back of the head multiple times, which is means he couldn't have detonated any of them, so he did run off and die. This is not looking very good right now for Swift Squad. They seem to be playing a very sloppy game, and I think they really could do with really trying to regroup and just attack in multiple directions at the same time, because doing this 5-man bunch up, especially with the mercs that they've got selected, is just not going to work out for them, I don't think.
It's going to be rough, and as folks were calling out in chat, Swift Squad even has a level 5. I know personally, level doesn't mean everything. You could be naturally talented, but level 5 means you have about 2 to 3 hours of experience in the game, if I'm correct, which is not quite as much as you'd hope to have for a teammate. I know that when I queue up for matchmaking and I have a level 5 on my team, I'm like, oh lord, here we go. So,
with a preemptive GG straight away.
But look at this, it's a 3-on-2. Can they push it and take any advantage of this? No, a little bit too timid. In comes the nade though. The health station is down. Oh no, it's back up. Will they actually get some kills here? No, the respawn wave is coming, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty heavy flank due to that respawn wave as well. So what was a slight opportunity for Swift Squad completely squandered, and they got to try again.
No, unfortunately, because of the way that I'm actually set up recording, I can't actually see the team name for the defenders right now. But whoever they are literally doing a traditional kind of hold, but they're doing it really fairly well. Like, I don't want to take anything away from them, even though they are low levels. They have got a level 7 on the team as well. What they are doing just feels right when you actually watch their positions and how they rotate. So I think they're doing a really good job at actually keeping this EV defended, and it is definitely all on Shift Squad now to actually make something work, because the defenders are just going to be able to clean this up almost every time. And that said, we have seen an Aura just clean up some of the defense. Finally does go down, and the defense does hold strong once again.
It looks like we might be in for a long defensive hold here on this first objective at this rate.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I would not be surprised. We might even see... Is there a Rhino in that squad? I don't know Rhino, so no Rhino stack at this point. But I don't think that's any sweat off the brow of the defending team here. They're holding strong. This objective is theirs. The EV is not moving. In fact, it's barely been touched.
The attacks, like, kill-wise, it doesn't seem to be going that badly for them. I think right now what the defenders are definitely winning on is they're managing to get more revives, better timed revives. The healing station's in a better position all the time. And I think it's, it's something that we see quite often in Dirty Bomb, but the medic work just seems to be a little bit better on the defender's side right now, and it's really echoing through and rippling through to the attackers not really being able to do much. And long spawns are coming out as well. 20 seconds without a medic. Oh, that's the painful moment. Even in matchmaking, as soon as your medic's down, it's like, oh, this push is not going to work very well, is it? 4 people up onto the bridge.
Interesting defensive positions here.
I think we are literally on the cusp of them just getting a little bit overconfident and pushing forward for a spawn camp. That's what it feels like it's going to happen.
It's a 5v4 right now. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. A flurry of kills, 4 in rapid succession. It's going to completely shut down this push. There's only one Aura left to survive that last one. And we'll go down.
So I do feel like we're actually about to see maybe the defenders push forward and actually go for a more of a spawn camp kind of hold. I think they may be able to actually keep the hold if they actually try and do this. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is working, so why would you actually kind of break away from it? Unfortunately, what we've seen from many teams, both casual and pro, is you do get a little bit overconfident from time to time, and maybe that will be their undoing right now. But as far as I'm aware, as far as I believe, if they stay like this right now, I don't think we're actually going to be seeing the first objective done, to be honest. We're not seeing them change the strategy on attack each wave. It's been the same composition, it's been the same kind of push on the bridge, and we'll see what we can do. They have fallen off the bridge for a difference, and we have got a Nada going for a bit of a flank. The sniper does go down, and he is across. He does know where there's a defender. Is he going to be able to push and actually make anything work? He's spamming in grenades. And he does get taken out, unfortunately. The defense does once again hold, but there's these little kind of moments where you think it could all flip around and the attackers could actually make something happen, but each time the defenders just manage to remain calm and clean it up once again. And again,
all right, Pix, I'm going to cut you off because I think this is this push that's going to happen. I see Aura and a Fragger going over top. It looks like they might be able to time this out pretty well with the teammates coming through the middle. And never mind. A double nade. A double nade comes in. Oh my god. I spoke a little bit too soon, but look how low heavy is a couple of them were taken down super low here, but none of them killed at all. Swift squad has got to feel pretty bad about that because they dealt a ton of damage on a couple players there, unable to actually convert any kills. And I feel like I just had the worst commentator's curse ever.
Stop cursing these poor people, Fish. Not nice.
I believe. I want to believe.
I want to believe as well. Unfortunately,
come on, Swift Squad.
We're not actually seeing a single attack which has come out and actually looked promising, right? I mean, they've tapped it a few times, but that's mainly just by running in and actually just holding F for a few seconds before you die. And the thing is, I don't feel like skill-wise there is a massive gap here. I do believe it is possible for Swift Squad to actually make something work if they just take their time, maybe look at the composition, maybe switch out that Fletcher for... Let's have a quick look. What options has that Fletcher got? That Fletcher, he has just swapped out to a Bushwhacker, so maybe that's going to make a difference. But he also had a Rhino. We could have seen just a desperate Rhino push through the cubbyhole where no one would have been expecting it.
Alright, it's a 5-man push. I believe, again, this is going to be it. Let's see it. Come on, Swift Squad. Pushing through. They're going over the top. Looks like they're going to go into the office building where they fight off against a Sawbones. This could actually pan out alright if they're able to push in and get a kill or two on these medics. They're so bunched up that a nade could do the work. Is it? No. They back out in the nick of time, so nice game sense to back away from that nade. But it's a 3-on-3. There's still a chance. Swift Squad showing signs of life here, trying with the flanking sniper right now, but the sniper shots do not connect. Still in the window, though, which is a decent position. Here comes the flank into the window. The Aura doing work with the Blishlock, but the medics are still alive, and they're backing each other up, so this push continues. Swift Squad really wants to make something happen here. They do get the melee kill on this fragger, but it's no time to get the give as well, so there will be a quick revive.
Oh, but he does get spotted out, and he does start ringing around the TV, ringing around the rosies. Hey, Jinx! And he does get taken out. Oh, I thought he would have been able to get a little bit more than that done. He started jumping around, maybe give away his position a bit much. But I'd like to quickly talk, because this doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon. But what I am actually noticing, which is one difference which I've seen on both the games that we've watched so far, is there's almost this kind of meta right now in the community where everybody knows that the Keck 10 on the Bushwhacker is kind of the best weapon you want to go for. You really want to have Fletcher with a Blishlock. You really kind of want to have the sniper with the MOA. And I think one of the side effects of being isolated from the community, because I haven't seen these people playing pugs or anything, is they haven't really caught on to that kind of meta. So we've actually seen the Fletcher using a weapon which a lot of people would consider a lot weaker than some of his other options that he has available to him. And the same with the Bushwhacker. We've got Bushwhackers running around with SMG9s and Blushlocks right now. So I think this is not only inexperience which is showing through, but a little bit of isolation from meta, which is really making them a little bit less effective than what you would normally expect by seeing these mercs.
And you know, Pixel, I've already said it twice, but I'm going to say it one more time. I think, truly, honestly, one of the best ways to accumulate knowledge of the competitive scene is to play in pickups. Obviously, scrimmaging with your team is even better, but that can be difficult to organize. It can also be very disheartening if you're playing really, really good teams. But pickups is a nice middle ground where you can get your feet wet, learn about the meta, learn about what everyone else is doing, what the best players do, and how to learn from them. You know, it's a pretty welcoming community. You might get yelled at a little bit if you totally suck, but for the most part, you know, they're going to be relatively nice.
They try. We try. It's all good. Are we actually going to see an attack come out? We have got a sniper on the ramp. We're seeing some nades getting spammed out from up on the bridge, but the defenders are being really patient right now, and we can't take it away from them. They are actually making sure that they're not running into silly positions which are going to get them flanked. One thing that is surprising me is the amount of players which I'm not seeing be gibbed. Like, slowly coming around and giving them, where I think if they keep with that kind of playstyle later on in the tournament, I think it could be kind of dangerous, because we obviously know some of the medic play on these other teams is absolutely outrageous, so even leaving that give for a couple of seconds is going to cost you massively.
Well,
2 minutes
look, they've gotten the EV to about 40% built. I still believe. Come on, Swift Squad. Let's see it. Oh, it's a 2-on-2, but Grimjow has about a pixel of health, so the build might actually go down here, but headshots are raining in. Yes, the build is beginning. Hage coming from behind. It's a fight, but the Aura has a heal station. Let's see. Come on. Can this Aura clutch it out? Stay mobile, Aura. Oh.
There's still 2 minutes left, so it's not possible, so I don't want to ring that out completely right now. But I would say to anybody who's new to watching Dirty Bomb, this is kind of a proving grounds tournament. These are the people which never made it through to the top 8 in previous cups. And I just feel like I need to defend that. This doesn't often happen. We don't often see full holds on the first objectives of Bridge, 15 minutes on the first objective. So, unfortunately, it's a little bit of a fluke. Both these teams are a little bit new. I think we're going to see a bit of a stronger attack on the other side because, I don't know, right now, to me, the defenders just seem to have a little bit better teamwork, which I think is definitely going to carry them through. So, I think they're my favourites right now. But, yeah, the full 15-minute holds, these are not as common as what it may look like if you've watched just this map so far.
Indeed. I swear it's not usually like this. I swear.
I promise, it was a fluke. You ever get that when you like recommend a song to a friend? Like you honestly really love a song, so you tell them to listen to it, and like they start listening a couple of seconds in, it's like and then like you always like kind of like no, just it's after the first chorus. No, it's the next bit, and I think that's what I'm doing
like,
right now.
If you're not blasting it in headphones, it's just like coming out some speakers. You're just not going to get the full experience. You have to appreciate every aspect of it.
35 seconds left on the clock. It is looking highly likely that Swift Squad aren't going to be able to get this first objective repaired. We are going to switch the teams over in a second, so Swift Squad will be on the defense, and we're going to see if the people that are currently the defenders are able to beat this time of 15 minutes. I'm kind of, I don't want to take favoritism sides, but 15 minutes watching the same objective is a long time, so I'm kind of hoping they do.
Yeah,
but
I'm with you on that one.
But yeah, it'll be cool to see, definitely.
I guess important to call out that that Swift Squad were American, most likely. It looks like they're all sitting at below 50 ping apiece. That's nice. Whereas the defending team must be coming from Europe, because that's actually like high European pings.
Yeah, that is
compared
high.
to average. Yeah, so I don't know where they're coming from, but maybe somewhere Eastern Europe or something. I don't know.
I don't know. The names don't seem Eastern European, to be fair.
No, they don't. No. Well,
could it be Australia?
I don't know. That would be. I feel like Australia would be even worse.
Grimjow, Asia? I'm interested. We're going to have to look into this, I think. I'm going to have a look into this later. So anyway, we've switched around.
Alright, switching it up. It is going to be Sunrise now on attack with Swift Squad trying to show their mettle here on defense. Let's see if they can put up a fight. Judging from that first round, I think it's going to be tough for Swift Squad to hold on this first objective for an entire 15 minutes. But look at this. They are bringing out the Rhino right off the bat, which is something we've seen top teams even do here on this first objective. I mean, there's so many corridors, so many right angles. You can stick a Rhino with a Hell Station behind pretty much any of them. It's working out so far.
Yeah, that was so close to being the first in the attack white, but instead the Rhino goes and takes out 3 of the players. That was decent play by the Rhino, but for a second it almost looked like, what's the team called? Sunrise. It almost looked like Sunrise were about to just completely overrun the objective, but that Rhino came in just at the right amount of time and cleared that out. So we're seeing how many people up on the bridge? We're seeing 4 people on the bridge, 5 people on the bridge.
I mean, if you just look at the movement of the players on Sunrise, it's very different. They're moving, they're much more active, they're much more aggressive with their positioning. I mean, look at this. The Sawbones is even leading the charge straight into the objective. It's going to be a flank from the back and from the side. Incoming snipes as well. This is looking somewhat promising, but that Rhino is still up with a healing station to boot. And, he's looks like there are revives going down on the Sunrise side, though, so continue to push forward, and it's just a 1 Rhino versus 3. Can this Rhino clutch it out? Are we going to see some shotgun kills? No. And the build will continue, or begin here, I should say. But there is no engineer, so it's going to be a slow build. I don't think they're going to be able to get it up right here and right now, but at least get a little bit of progress.
That said, the players are in, and they are going to have to wipe up behind. The medic chain does come out, and we've got an engineer on the build right now. And
I think this is going to settle it right here.
There's not enough time to do it. There we go.
It's over.
Wow. So Sunrise managed to really does dominate Swift Squad on that first objective of Bridge. Unfortunately, that was a 15-minute hold in the first half, but at least the second half was fairly quick, being only 2 minutes and something. That was really good play by the Sunrise guys, and unlucky to Swift Squad. I'm sure that with a little bit of practice, they may be able to make things work in the future. It just wasn't meant to be today. But there we go. That is the second round now of the Cup. And now we're going towards... Is this the round of 8 now? Is this where we get to best of 3s?
I believe we are going to move on to best of 3s. However, if you take a look at the brackets, almost none of the second round matches have been reported yet. So we'll have to maybe go on a quick break here as we wait for this to settle itself out.
Coolio. So it looks like we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that we are doing a raffle giveaway for a Razer Chroma Elite keyboard, something along those lines. It's going to make you a better pro gamer. It looks really pretty. All you got to do is follow us on social media and join our Steam group and all that kind of good stuff. So if you want more information, you can just go over to twitter.com/dirty_cups. You're going to want to retweet the tweet about Razer to be eligible to win. Click that link because there's a couple other things you can do to give yourself an even better chance of winning that keyboard. But do sit tight. We do appreciate all 600 of you tuning in today. That's a whole bunch of people showing love for Dirty Bomb. Even though some of these matches might be a little bit one-sided, we're relishing in the opportunity to show off some newer teams, some newer players, give them a chance to show what they can do when the spotlight is on them. We will be moving on to the next round shortly, which is going to be best of 3. So not quite so quick and snappy, but we'll be back in 10 minutes. Sit tight as we wait for the next matches to finish up and jump into the next round.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Tuned in to the Monster Cat Podcast. first listen.
Medic, first ever plug.
Hello and welcome back to the DirtyCups.gg Proving Grounds. I'm Fishtix, joined by Pixel Twitch and also Inferno. Inferno decided to join us finally. I guess he finally woke up after a long 4th of July. How you doing, Inferno?
I'm doing pretty good. Slightly hungover, but fully functional.
Yeah, I'm like at best 70% right now, but still happy to be casting for everybody today. And I will call out that we are still waiting for the second round matches to finish up so we can jump into the third round. But I am currently watching the very end of Bitches and Cream versus 20ID. It looks like 20ID is going to win it and move on in just a second here, which is exciting for me. Well, actually, both these teams have some meaning to us. The Bitches and Cream team is a lot of old Quake Wars players, but 20ID is a team that has been around in competitive first-person shooters for years and years and years, competing in practically everything. They're a really old school team. They had a very dominant Quake Wars team back in the day, and from what I'm able to discern from just looking at rosters and previous 20ID rosters for other games, it looks like this might be a subset of the 20ID TF2 team from a while back, now playing Dirty Bomb. So I think that they are definitely going to be one of the teams to look out for going towards the very end of this tournament. I would expect them to I would expect to see them make it very, very far. But we're going to refresh these brackets, take a look as we figure out what the next match we want to jump into. I'm obvious. I already stated my clear bias here, but my bias would be to watch 20ID play. Although we may have a chance to do that later. But I'm going to shout out to chat as well as my co-hosts. Let's take a look at those brackets. Let's figure out what we want to watch next.
Well, I don't know. I think that maybe Nice versus Fish could be interesting. I know I've heard that Nice is like a ET team or something, so they might have some experience. I don't know. That's probably all I see.
Let's do our Grandmaster chess kind of thing and actually try and work out where we think people will end up in future, just off predictions. So we can actually see if we can cover a lot of the teams. Obviously, we want to cover Fish today because obviously Fish is one of the favourites in the community due to just how nice the players are. It's unbelievably nice. We're probably going to want to watch Vivacity again at some point. And we've got 20ID, who are also some favourites. Like, if we was to watch Fish in the next match and 20ID do win their next match, we would be looking at Fish versus 20ID in the semi-finals.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm at least for now, just based on what I've heard, I think my prediction is that Vivacity is going to take the secondary bracket, and the winner between Fish and 20ID is going to play them in the finals, just based on what I've been hearing so far, unless there's any upset teams.
Yeah, I've also been hearing a lot in chat that there's quite a few fans out there for Vafan. So Vafan versus Vivacity is looking likely in the semis, and then we've also got Fish versus 20ID, which is looking likely. Obviously, there could be some major upsets right now. We don't know a lot of these teams that are actually entering this cup, or at least we haven't spectated them and watched them, and a few of them haven't got kind of a following in the community. So everything is up in the air right now. There is no guarantee that this is how it's going to play out. But I think it's kind of safe that we could probably cast any of the matches in the next round, and be safe to at least see one more match from each of the favourites out there for the chat, guys.
Yeah, I think it's very doable.
All right, I'm gonna leave this to you, Inferno. Figure out what match we're watching next. The pressure.
Oh, nice. We just got a sub as well. Thanks for the follow. Just a little inside joke, I guess.
We do appreciate everyone who has subscribed. We've had a couple subscribers today. You are supporting us directly. I will remind everybody that this is a 100% volunteer effort at this point in time. A lot of folks have dedicated a whole lot of time into making Dirty Cups a thing, facilitating growth for the community. Competitive Dirty Bomb has a home on Dirty Cups, and that's because of the hard work of so many people. Most importantly, of course, Raziel and Owen really running the ship here. We're just lowly casters trying to help out when we can, but there's tons of admins. There's people who made and designed the website and keep that up to date. We also have to pay server costs, so literally every single person who subscribes is making this more viable for us to devote more and more time into and create better leagues, better production value, and all that stuff. So thank you so much for subscribing here on Twitch. You can also donate directly if that's your type of thing. If not, no big deal whatsoever. We do appreciate just you tuning in today and hitting that follow button on the channel. That helps just as much. So we very much appreciate everybody.
So I'm just thinking, like, maybe we might as well go watch Third Unit versus Vaffen, because we're going to see these other teams anyway, more than likely in the semis and the finals. So
that confidence.
Yeah, I mean, all right, unless I'm terribly wrong here and something goes terribly wrong.
I agree with you, I know.
All right, I think if we watch Vaffen versus Third Unit, and then we watch Fish versus 20ID, and then the winner of that versus Vivacity, if I'm some sort of like guru and I can tell the future, I'm the Oracle of Dirty Bomb, yeah. That's my prediction.
That's my prediction as well, to be honest.
Might as well do it that way just to keep things varied. Give everybody a chance in the spotlight.
All right, I'm down with that.
Yep.
Can't.
Okay.
All right. We're going to kick off to a quick educational video. How appropriate. Tons of new people watching today. Tons of new players playing in this cup. Get some learning on, and we'll be right back with the next match as soon as this video is over.
Make it sound like a dream.
Welcome to London, new recruits. Today I'm giving you 7 prime juicy tips on how to get good at Dirty Bomb and not run around like a noob. So let's crack on. Time is short, you need to start busting some heads and making some money. So let's start with a big one. Number 1, timers. One of the key details in Dirty Bomb that new players often miss is the idea of a spawn timer. In the top left of the screen you can see 2 clocks counting down. The larger one is the game clock, that's how long until the game ends. The second is the spawn timer. The spawn timer tells you when your fallen teammates will next spawn back into the game. This may sound like a simple concept, but it can have some important strategic effects. You don't want to die in a situation where, for example, you may have 20 seconds to wait until your next spawn. So you'll want to attack with one eye on that spawn timer. Push it when you have a few seconds left, and then although you die, you're back into the game instantly with full health and full ammo ready to go. In competitive games, players take this to extremes by using the suicide button to abort from unproductive positions and spawn back with their teammates. So using the spawn clock effectively is a key skill for a good Dirty Bomb player. Number 2, aiming and headshots. This is one key concept that you need to learn quick. Don't aim down the sight. At least 95% of shots don't need it. Just hip fire. Only use it when you actually can't see what you're firing at, like you would a zoom. Obviously this doesn't apply to snipers. You people carry on creeping on folk from long range. And while we're on the subject, aim for the head. Seriously, I know you know that already, but it does huge amounts of damage. So keep that crosshair level and mow down those heads. But I might just have something to help you with that. The second part of this tip, audio hit beeps. In the audio setting, there's an option to enable audio hit beeps. This will play a noise when you hit the enemy and a unique ding noise when you get a headshot. Learn to love the dings. Ding 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 ding, XP, credits, fame and glory, that's how it goes. Tip number 3, gib players. When you shoot a player, they are often put into a down but not out state where an enemy can revive them. So if you see an enemy mark writhing in pain on the ground, you need to make sure that they aren't a problem in the near future. You can just carry on shooting them, but a much more effective way is to go over and knife them. Even a small knife hit will jib them and force them to go back and wait on the respawn timer. You'll see seasoned players do it automatically, bang, knife, dead, move on. Just one word of caution about knifing Nadermerks though. She has a martyrdom ability that's quite the sting in the tail, so keep your distance. Number 4, paddle charge. This is a quick one that new medics tend to miss from the tutorial. You did play the tutorial, right? If you have time to, charge the paddles before reviving. That's holding down the charge button until it makes a kind of crackle noise. If you max out that charge, you'll revive your teammate at full health. Obviously, if you need to keep moving, then a quick pop and revive will do. But keep in mind you're going to want to top up their health afterwards to get the full XP gain. To get them back to full health. Number 5, diffusing C4. As you'll know from the tutorial, the C4 has 2 bars. The top yellow bar for the timer and the lower blue bar representing the state of the diffuse. Any character can diffuse. Also, unlike games such as Counter-Strike, the amount of diffuse progress actually stacks, and it doesn't drop to 0 if you need to stop. So if you start diffusing, even if it doesn't look like you're going to make it, an engineer can arrive and complete it much more quickly. You still helped. In fact, you may have just made that difference between winning and losing. Also, on the same topic, if you're diffusing and then you see a teammate diffusing message appear on your screen, that means, well, it means exactly that. You can stop diffusing. Engineers are prioritized when they do the diffuse. You should stop and defend them. Number 6, earning credits. Everyone likes a bit of folding money, and Dirty Bomb has recently added even more ways to grab those in-game credits. So as we talked about mercs, they're unlocked in a similar way to a MOBA game that you might be familiar with. Aura and Skyhammer are permanently unlocked. You can use those whenever, and there's a rotation of freely usable mercs from the remaining pool. To unlock a specific merc, you can either do this with in-game earned credits or via real money. The big tip for earning credits is to focus on completing your missions. These are listed on the main screen and are simple tasks like selecting a character or playing a number of matches. These are worth up to 2,250 on top of the credits you earn from actually playing. What's more, they cycle every 3 hours, so you can keep making megabucks as you play throughout the day. But wait, there's even more. You earn 250 credits for each initial round of each game mode. So that's 250 for objective, 250 for stopwatch, and so on. Plus, another 250 credits for your first win of the day. If you're playing without targeting missions, then you're missing out on a lot of credits that can go towards buying more cases or even unlocking mercs themselves. Number 7, movement. If you've ever played other FPS games, and well, it'd be kind of weird if you hadn't, you'll know the almost universal rule of running with your knife out. Well, this knowledge will put you in good stead in Dirty Bomb. It's universal for all characters. But as an example, let's do a quick test with the fast-moving merc Proxy. On the left of the screen you have her primary weapon, the shotgun, and on the right, her secondary weapon, a machine pistol. The run takes 8.08 seconds with the primary equipped, and 7.52 with her secondary. It's a difference of over half a second. That gap is even wider when you compare her shotgun to the melee weapon, which in this case is the Noble Cricket Bat. That gap is now almost 0.8 seconds. That's a difference of almost 10% just on that short run. So there you have it. Don't be left in the slow lane, run with the knife out. But the movement tips don't stop there. Dirty Bomb has some parkour elements, allowing you to double jump off walls or other surfaces. This can be a great way for a fast moving class to confuse opponents or even reach parts of the map that aren't directly accessible. Plus, it feels damn awesome to do. You receive an aiming penalty for being airborne while taking shots, so firing up and close with a shotgun is a great idea. You're probably thinking, damn it, strange sounding man, I want more. Well, I'm not surprised. There's a bunch more info and community goodness out there already. So open your Twitter account and follow @DirtyBomb and follow @SplashDamage. That's @SplashDamage. Lots of info, links and the latest videos, screenshots, etc. Plus the @DirtyBomb folks even run competitions with prizes like Logitech mechanical keyboards, headsets and so on. There are also a bunch of streams for you to watch during the week. Monday and Wednesdays you have the Splash Damage streams with the Radiant Mr. Shu and a developer guest. That's 1800 GMT or 1100 PDT. Tuesdays and Thursdays you can tune into the wonderful Miss Murder, from the sun-blessed west coast of the US for laughs and even some top-notch giveaways. That's the same time, 1800 GMT, 1100 PDT. What's more, if you think you're a dab hand at Dirty Bomb or want to see what the high-level competition is up to, you need to head over to dirtycups.gg. They are a community site who run pug matches during the week and then a weekly competition on Sundays, which is broadcast on Twitch, so everyone needs to check that out. It's a lot of fun. I've included links to all these Twitter accounts, streams and sites in the video description below, so have at it. Thank you for watching this Dirty Bomb tips and tricks video. I hope you liked it. And if you did, why not leave some feedback? All comments and suggestions on how to improve future videos are appreciated. Also, if you want to help support the channel, please consider hitting that subscribe button now. It helps me out a lot. If you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm at LCTRGames. So thanks again, I'll see you next time. Take care.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that educational video from our good friend Lecter. We will be jumping into the next round as soon as people get into the right servers. We're thinking about watching Fish versus Nice in the quarterfinals here. Again, we are moving into best of threes, so it will be a little bit more fair potentially, depending on who you ask. But it will be a best of three instead of a best of one. I know everyone wants to see Fish. I've been seeing a lot of Fish love in the chat. So I think we're going to be able to help you out, hook you up with a Fish match coming up in just a second. Now, I don't know anything about Nice. Do you guys have any knowledge of this team?
I've been hearing just in chat and I think other places that Nice they are ET players. They're veterans of ET, so not entirely sure how their skill has translated into Dirty Bomb, but I'm hoping that it's going to be somewhat of an interesting game to watch, and Fish isn't just going to flop all over him. I don't know. It doesn't sound very intimidating when Fish flops on you, but what else are you going to say?
It's a fair point to make. I myself don't know much about Nice. I do know that Fish have had mixed success in the previous cups, but recently they have made a few substitutions and changes to the team. They now have Flipside, who is part of LG, and they've also picked up Swole Patrol and Not Terran, who were really kind of popular faces over in the pug community. And from what I've seen, and I've scrimmed with them a few times recently, they definitely seem to be doing a lot more consistently than they were doing in the past. So I think Fish are in a decent place right now. I definitely think that they've got a chance to win this whole cup. It's obviously never guaranteed. And one surprise which has come out from a different match is Vivacity did actually get taken out by Amazing by like Raisins. So unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing those again, even though I did expect to be. But Team Fish versus Nice, I think it's going to be a good match to watch.
Yeah, and speaking of Fish, they've come a really long way. I feel like at the beginning of Dirty Cups, Fish was kind of more like a group of friends, specifically from Kudo Chop's Twitch chat, that were like, hey, let's just enter for fun. And then they kind of got more serious about it, I guess, as they played more cups. And they have a pretty good lineup now. They've definitely changed a lot of their roster to players who I think have a lot of potential for growing in Dirty Bomb and eventually becoming very strong players individually, and especially with their team playing together lately. I've seen them perform very well, so I think they are kind of our favorites. If anyone's going to upset, it might be 20ID or maybe Amazing Raisins. I'm just not familiar with those guys.
So we are going to actually see what map we are going to be starting on. They're talking about it already right now in the server. And being a best of three, both teams get to choose a map, and then they do, what do you call it? They simplify other maps until they find out the third map, if it ever goes to a third map. So we are going to see teams really running maps where they've got some strategies already kind of designed for. So we are going to see some more cohesive play than what we've seen in the first 2 rounds, most likely. And especially when we're getting towards the point now where a lot of the newer teams have been filtered out. This is going back towards more what we're used to seeing in the traditional Dirty Cups, I definitely feel. I don't know what maps we'll be expecting to see. I kind of think that Fish have got a real fond heart for Bridge and Underground, surprisingly, which we don't see a lot of teams play. So this could be another Bridge, or it could be Underground. Okay, Team Fish picks Trainyard. Did not expect that.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. I mean, it's almost, I feel like if you're a new team, it might actually be better for you to practice some of the less played maps like Bridge.
Yeah.
Just because, other teams that might be more experienced are just less prepared strategically and for those kind of maps, because obviously some of the most played maps are like Whitechapel and Terminal. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe they've just been practicing Trainyard, and I'd rather see Trainyard, to be honest. I think Trainyard usually delivers more interesting games to watch.
Oh yeah, certainly. But I also feel Trainyard's always a very risky pick. I think it's the one map where one mistake cost you probably greater than any other map, apart from maybe Terminal. Terminal's kind of got the same kind of feeling to it. But I don't know. I kind of feel like teams that choose Trainyard as the first map in a best of 3 are taking a huge risk. That's just me personally.
I just got to appease the chat. Right now we're just in lobby, so people are like, "Where's the game? Where's the game?" If we switch to the in-game, you're just going to see a list of players in a lobby twiddling their thumbs. So just be patient. It's coming. The Fish hype is coming.
Yes. Sit. Be patient, my friends. We will see some Dirty Bomb action in just a little bit. And it's going to be Fish versus Nice. I'm excited to see it. Everyone wants to see Fish go far in this cup. I mean, this might as well be called the Fish Cup. Because they're like the one team that always made it to like the quarterfinals or at least close to the quarterfinals of all the previous cups, but didn't quite crack the top 8, which is we excluded the top 8 teams who made it through our last cup series into the closed beta series finals. So they were pretty much on the fringe and perfectly set up to be the team that takes this tournament. The question really is anyone going to give them a run for their money? Are there any dark horses out there? I certainly have faith in 20 ID. I've seen folks talking about Nice. You said that they're old enemy territory veterans, which in my mind means you got to watch out. I mean, you can't, no matter how little experience they might have as a team, you can't count them out if they have that background as a team.
And somehow we're at 666 viewers, so maybe the stars aligned and the planets aligned, and Nice might be the Antichrist of this tournament. We'll see.
Dun dun dun.
Well, and the viewership keeps going up, which is good news for me. I'm glad to see everyone excited to watch these matches, even though these teams are a little bit lower tier than what we have had in previous cups. It's going to make for different games. It's going to make for fun games. We're showing off a whole new group of players, which is always good as well. So if you're friends of the players participating in these cups, we do appreciate you so much tuning in, especially if it's your first time tuning in today. It's been a pleasure to cast for you, and we will continue to have fun here in the quarterfinals. It's going to be a best of 3 Team Fish versus Nice here on Trainyard. Fish is going to be attacking first, and we're jumping right on into it. Now let's take a look at the class lineups. Pretty standard stuff for both teams. In fact, almost mirrored. But interestingly, well, actually, it looks like a little bit of switching around. We're going to see Akira on Team Fish.
Gotta love the Kira. Kira is my favorite merc in the whole pool right now. I think she can play some amazing roles. I'm interested to see if they're actually going to go for the early Kira strike to try and wipe up some players. It looks like most players are going, yes, it's going to be 5 minutes into the MG nest. And no one's down yet, so it's looking quite good for Team Fish, who are about to start pushing out. We see Swap Patrol get 2 down. And this is a really strong push.
Yeah, already so strong. I even did not mind the positioning at all for the defending team, but a couple of entry frags, and wow, look at this. Only one remains for Nice, and Fish is going to get a plant. I didn't know you could plant that far out from the objective. What the hell is that?
Yeah.
It's like right in the middle of the train tracks.
It's obviously difficult to plant, but it's the easiest way to defend it as well. So, Fish pulling out every single little bit of advantage they can actually try to pull out right now. It looks like they're going to go for a close on the back gate, but unfortunately, no, Dull does get taken down. And this looks like it's going to be a first attack take for Team Fish. It doesn't look like Nice are going to really be able to move around. Fish seem to be in great positions.
I actually don't think they should have even closed that gate. There was really no point at this level. But boom, the C4 is going to go off here. And they will be moving on to the next objective. D-Lol is trying what he can to jump in there and get the disarm. Oh, but look at this. This is actually, no, almost an incredibly awkward spawn time for the defending team. But about half a second saves their ass as they spawn back at the objective.
Look what we're seeing, guys. Look at the laser. I've called this in previous cups. I've said that this is what they should be doing.
Oh, it's finally happening.
And they've done it.
It's finally happening. A single laser and a single airstrike just destroyed that generator. Look at it. Inferno must be so happy right now.
I have a tactical boner. No problem.
He's been talking about this strategy for so long, and we have not seen it yet in a single cup. And look at this. Fish is just completely dominating, rolling straight on through. It's a 5 versus 2. I don't see any way that this is not a plant. Even though the spawn wave is coming in a couple seconds, there's got to be a plant here.
Fish just aren't even rolling with an engineer right now. They're just so confident they're going to be able to wipe him and keep him down that they don't need to worry about that fast plant. And we're seeing Fish get very aggressive. They're actually holding right up towards the spawn of the defenders. And Nice... Oh, this can't be nice. This can't feel good for them. This is absolute domination right now. The bomb is down. The hold looks solid. The defender, the medics are just chaining it all up. Lumpfish on that aura, who he's actually told me in private that he's absolutely loving the aura right now. And there is chance for a defuse, but
that
it's
is
not
something you
good.
only say in private.
Love for aura, but the defuse is coming out. Unfortunately, is this actually going to be a full defuse?
I don't know. Here comes Fish. They're coming up from the side. A nade could come in at any second. There's a fragger. Revives are going down left and right, but Gibbs are going down as well. It's just absolute mayhem here on the objective. Is there still time to disarm this thing? No, it does not look like it. And the train will indeed explode.
These times are absolutely crazy. Wow. So there's about 30 seconds now where nothing really can happen because they've got to wait for the train to crash and everything to come up. So we are going to see if the defenders decide to try and hold in this area or fall back. Holding in this area can be suicide, especially if you get caught out on a long spawn, which it looks like they're at risk of doing. Fish are starting to push down the hill towards their final objective.
This could be bad.
It
could be okay though. They did get a kill and a couple Gibbs as well. Look at them all huddling on this aura station. I've never seen 4 people on a single aura station like that before.
And flip side, is he going to get the kill? Yes, he is. He would. Nah, there's not enough time, but at least he regain control of that objective point now. And we're going for the final objective on bridge, and it's on train yard, and it is looking fairly good for Team Fish right now, if not really good. Like,
yeah,
fairly good.
I think that's somewhat of an understatement. Yeah, at this point, Fish has got to be happy. And I said it before the map begun. This tournament is basically set up for Fish to win. I mean, if you're going to call collusion, this is the one time where... No, I'm just kidding. It's not collusion. But it is... Fish is in a very good position. They're one of the favorites here, so no surprise at all to see them kind of rolling through here in the quarterfinals. But it is the best of 3. And, you know, this last part on train yard can take quite a long time to capture.
It doesn't like it.
Yeah.
We've actually got the objective on the bridge right now. Lumpfish is down. He should put his healing station down. A little bit of indecision maybe cost him on this first push. But if you're actually looking towards the defender's spawn, Swap's on the flip side are actually spawn camping them right now and not allowing reinforcements to break through, which is forcing the defenders to run back and try and flank the people flanking. And this is not looking good for Nice whatsoever. It's not a nice day.
Not nice indeed for Team Nice as they are on the back foot here on the final objective. Man, that one was so easy. It was so easy that it was just a terrible, terrible joke, and I feel bad about myself now.
I feel like I had to do it though. I feel like if I didn't, I would regret it afterwards. So there we go.
Yeah. I mean, if Jahar was here, he would come up with something more creative, I'm sure. He's the funny one of the bunch anyway. And here they come. Not Terran. He's planting on the hard side. There it goes.
Sticking it right in.
Yeah, it's going to go in, and the first objective has been delivered. You know, you got to say the first 2 objectives were almost as fast as they could be.
Yeah.
This third objective, could be slightly faster. It could have been slightly faster.
But the
so
second one's coming
here
in right
comes
now.
Tysaur coming in right
Sticking
now.
it in the soft
Is there enough
side
time?
There we go.
You go. That's it.
Wow.
I have to congratulate Fish for breaking new ground in Dirty Cups tournaments. We saw Artie played for one spawn wave. I think that's the most game time he's ever had.
And was it to take down that generator?
Yes, it was.
Oh man, so awesome.
Artie getting some love. That's what we
Poor
want to see
mama.
here. That pristine Artie gameplay.
My poor mama on 1-13, not going well for him at all. Swole Patrol actually carrying it up with 14-11. The amount of kills on the board is actually very low, and that's because it was a very fast game. What was that, 5 minutes 50 something on train yard? Yeah, 5 minutes 53. That's a really fast train yard attack. Like, you can't understate this at all. That's like almost every single spawn working out perfectly. There was actually only one failed wave on the final objective before they actually managed to start getting the plants in. You can do it a little bit faster. I have seen it around the 4 minutes 30 mark, but Nice are up against it right now. It's not looking good at all, is it, to be honest?
Yeah, it looks like we're the camera is restarting his game really quick, so he'll be going in the second half as soon as he gets back. I think we're just all happy that Fish was on attack first, because I can only imagine how brutal of a defense it would have been.
Now, unfortunately, my recording software just crashed. I'm going to have to be rebooting into the game as well.
All right, sounds good. Looks like it's just me and you, Fish Sticks.
All right, let's do this, buddy.
All right. Wait, what are we doing?
You'll find out.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping to see something a little bit closer, but I think Fish just they want to win this so badly. They're just going all in.
That was obviously the best I've ever seen Fish play.
Yeah, and I think also the fact that they kind of switched up the medic roles, seeing Flipside with Soul Patrol as his pocket med and having Lumfish kind of more as the floating medic, I think has been working out really well. Flipside and Soul Patrol were doing great work there. And
especially when, unlike a lot of teams, according to Lumfish, he really enjoys Aura. I think that's one of the big deciding factors right now. When you've actually got someone playing a Merc who actually enjoys a Merc, I think it definitely kind of increases the effectiveness with that Merc a little bit. But just because you're less frustrated, and he's loving it, and he did really well with it, to be honest. I'd watch him for a fair amount of time.
Actually, I gotta say, the thing is, a lot of people hate on Aura. They say Aura's she's a less superior medic to Sawbones, which is kind of true. Like, her healing throughout the game and her ability to sustain is kind of weakened by her low HP and her kind of more camp style play style. But if you have someone who's good with the Blish Lock and, you know, is on point with setting up that heal station in places where it's a little bit more tricky to destroy, she can definitely be really good, especially when you already have the momentum in your hands. You can establish a really strong spawn camp while, you know, the engineer just plants the objective or disarms it or whatnot. I think the only other time I've actually seen, well, I think a Dedo is also a very good Aura. Obviously people, I guess, feel more empowered when they're playing Sawbones, but Israel, I think, was probably the first one to kind of show that you could still play Aura at a high level and get kills and get heals and stuff like that, so it's not for everybody, I suppose.
Well, looks like everyone's back in the server, which means we're jumping right into the game. We don't want to keep you guys waiting. We don't want to wait. We want to see Fish potentially dominate here once again. It's going to be super tough to beat this time.
The bias is real.
Almost not possible. So I'd love to see it, though. I mean, that would be cool.
I'm at the point now where I say if they actually clear two attacking waves, it's basically going to be done right now. And I think it's likely going to happen. It was interesting to see no engineer on the attack. We are seeing an engineer by default on defense on Not Terran, who I'm assuming is going to stick up a turret on the left-hand side to try and hold the left-hand side with less players. But no, he does aim it towards the MG house. I think that's some decent calling right there. They've obviously called that all the players are on that side. And it's looking fairly traditional and fairly effective.
Tysaur getting a couple kills here down in the river area. He will collect the Gib as well. And already this first push is shut down. So a huge deficit. To be honest, it's almost an unrecoverable deficit considering there's only 5 minutes left. I mean, if they want a chance at taking this map, they're pretty much going to have to get this objective on the next push and then continue to roll straight on through. It's going to be tough. I'll say that much.
I'm actually just watching from Lumfish's perspective now. I just really like to see Anora played at a decent level, and Lumfish is definitely able to do that. He's just duking around. He's like solo holding the left-hand side with Anora. Like, that's how strong she can be when your healing station is set up and used correctly. So that's something which is definitely interesting to watch. We have got the attackers coming up and towards that the boiler room right now. Lumfish is trying to watch out for it all, but he is kind of outnumbered. It looks like parts of Team Fish have stayed on the MG side, where really they should be rotating right now. Lumfish does kill out to avoid the long spawn, which is a smart play, and hopefully they'll just be able to prevent the plant for a little bit longer.
Yeah, the longer this goes, the more it slips out of the grasp. It may already be out. Here comes the plant, though, finally going down. Will there be a turret placed as well? Aura's in position, unable to get the revives, though, and that's a full wipe. Going to be a clean and easy defuse here.
Yeah, I'm calling it.
Tap.
That's it. That is it. But wow, we obviously don't know all these teams. We did hear some good stuff about Nice in the chat, and I honestly do believe they are probably a lot better than what this game has made them appear. I mean, this is, don't forget, Fish's map. They did pick Train Yard, which is normally kind of a strange map to see picked straight off the bat. So they obviously had some strategies that they wanted to try out, and they was obviously confident in, and it obviously worked out for them as well. So yeah, this is Team Fish's map. I do think that maybe the next map, if Nice select it, maybe a little bit closer. But Fish are looking fairly dominant, and this, like I've said already, this is the best I've ever seen Fish play.
Yeah, absolutely dominant. They have a lot of experience as a team. They all have a good number of hours within the game. They play pickups, they play scrims. So it's no surprise to see them doing well here. Nice, getting their feet wet, testing the waters.
Love the Kira laser. It's contesting the objective when they're all down. And I've really been noticing Fish is on point with not catching long spawns. They seem to have a very good awareness, probably communication between their team members when the spawns are coming, and they're keeping their whole team together alive pretty much at all times. It's working out really good.
Well, honestly, this might sound... It's a little bit off topic right now, but one thing that I noticed when playing with Lumfish himself, who is the guy that kind of set up Team Fish, is he's a very positive person, it seems. And whenever you're playing on his team, he will call out, no matter how dreadful things are going, he will always call out long spawns now, wait a second. He'll always just have that timing in his head calling it out. And as soon as you start to get into that kind of wave and playing on that team, you know when you need to be killing out, because he tells you, like, you could long spawns in 2 seconds. You decide, do you fight or do you kill out? And I think that kind of communication, even when things are going poorly, is really one of the little things which Team Fish are given the advantage on because of. So
oh yeah, you absolutely cannot overestimate the value of having a vocal in-game leader that is not just the strat caller, but also like the moral, not the moral, but whatever,
the mood setter,
the heart of the team. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Something along those lines.
If you had like a mood chart of Lumfish, it would just be like every mood just like a smiling Lumfish. He has a very positive attitude, and you definitely want that on competitive teams. It's very easy to, you know, once a couple pushes don't work, everything falls apart and you start yelling at each other, and that's never good for anyone.
Yeah, it's not going to happen with Team Fish. We know that.
In the words of Lumfish, don't be a goose feather.
Yeah, don't be a goose feather. Happy. Come on.
What era is he from? That sounds like something...
And and when he says goose feather, it's all censored out in chat as well. You know, we're talking very, very positive people here.
Honestly, don't even know what that term, like, where did that even come from?
That is his, that's his
Civil
his
War, I don't know.
Oh, not tearing your goose feather. It sounds a little bit different when you say it in a British accent, but yeah.
Yeah, last night I told someone, I'm just joshing you, and then I'm like, wait.
Oh, wow.
I'm an old person right now.
That was when I was in primary school, Sonny boy.
Alright, the map is winding down, so we will be moving on to... It's going to be Nice's map pick up next. So we'll see if they can put up a little bit better of a fight when it comes to their map pick. I am going to be interested to know how the rest of the matches in the bracket are also panning out. I think we saw that Vivacity Esports or whatever they're called, Vivacity something. It looks like they may have gone down in the tournament, which I think everyone on the caster desk here thought was somewhat of an upset.
I wasn't expecting that, yeah, completely.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know I've seen Amazing Raisins sign up for a lot of these cups, but never make it, I think, into the quarters before. So for them to beat the team, I mean, at the same time, I didn't really know anybody on Vivacity, but I've heard if that Jay Kaplan guy was playing a pug and he dropped 60 kills as a medic, I mean, I would think that him alone as a player would be able to
be fair, he really did work.
Yeah.
His nades were on point every time. So.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, that goes to show this game is all about teamwork. You know, you need more than one player getting frags to win.
Oh yeah, completely. So now, I can't say this out just in case there is anybody from NICE that is actually watching the stream right now, but there are a couple of maps I know that Team Fish really aren't fans of. I'm interested to see what NICE pick now. I'll tell you once you've already picked it, if it's a map which I know that Fish aren't that keen on. But I think by picking this map, NICE may be in with a chance to actually equalize this and go to a third map. So
we will see. And we know we talked about 20 ID, we talked about Fish. If they both win their matches in this round, they will actually be facing off against each other in the next round, which is definitely something we're not going to miss that game. Or I'm not going to let us miss that. If anyone else disagrees with me, then I quit. I'm out. Just kidding. I would never do that. I'm here for you. As long as we watch that match, I will be here for you. Let's do this.
Oh, come on. Map choice. I want to see what this is. Nice. We are bad on every map.
The decisions are being made. It looks like they dropped a player as well. Might be restarting his game.
So we had Notteman trolling the chat a little bit. He was asking, very politely, I may ask. He says, "Yo, can I leave to open my cases, please?" No, you can't. Stop it.
It's a little BM. I don't know.
We're bad on every bridge.
Oh, I guess it is going to be bridge then, yeah. Which I don't know if that's the choice they wanted to make because
it's not.
Fish has been practicing bridge.
Yes.
So my prediction is it's going to be a long. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Okay, so yeah, never mind. Fish gets to decide the side, so we're going to be on seeing Fish play attackers first, which I think is good for everyone.
Yes, we actually just, I don't know if you was actually watching, previously we did watch a match where it was a full 15 minutes holding the first objective of bridge, which is never fun to watch.
Yeah, there's not a lot of sights to see on the first objective of bridge. It gets kind of stale.
Yeah, it definitely can. All right, well, we do appreciate all of you tuning in today. We've hit over 700 viewers. In this cup, we've had 0 promotion on the Twitch front page, so that's actually quite nice, and continue to grow cup over cup in terms of participants in the cup, in terms of people viewing and checking it out. So if you're tuning in for the first time, I know there must be a lot of people out in chat right now that are tuning in to watch their favorite player or their buddy or their acquaintance, or, you know, I know you're all coming from a lot of different games today as well, so we do appreciate you tuning in potentially for the first time, but make sure you do hit the follow button on the channel here. It'll let you know whenever we go live in the future, which is going to be quite frequently, I would say. We have a lot of plans to bring more content, more cups, more leagues, more tournaments for the Dirty Bomb community, so definitely make sure to smack that follow button if you're enjoying what you're seeing today.
We also have the dankest memes and the top cat giveaways, so, you know, if you're not here for the gameplay, there's plenty more.
I also got word that the Dirty Cups community raised over $500 for Lumfish's charity the other day, which is great. Of course, Lumfish playing as the team captain of Fish right now, so for a good cause as well.
I mean, the whole Dirty Bomb community itself, actually, we were able to raise over $4,000. I think 20% more.
$4,200-ish.
Yeah, within just 24 hours, so it was pretty great. And if anyone deserves it, Lumfish, man, it's for a good cause, for his brother. So I was very happy to see him meet his goal.
All right, here we go. It's Bridge. It's going to be Fish on attack first again, so we might be having another quick game. Might. Although I would say Bridge is one slightly more defensively oriented, or can be at least, depending on the scenario.
Now, one thing that Fish has been practicing on this first attack is actually making the defenders pull out of position. So they don't really go for kills that much, apart from like trying to pull people from out of the garage area. So I'm expecting a few players to go up onto the bridge, and they're either all going to drop down and separate, or they're actually going to put somebody back down towards the cubby hole and actually pop out. It looks like they're doing the 5-man bridge pudge. They all drop down behind the office.
Except for a sniper. There's a sniper still coming through the top. Distracting, if nothing else. Hasn't really hit any shots yet. But the entirety of Team Fish is now in a decent position, taking the top window and moving down on the bottom as well. So this is what we're seeing more and more, I feel, here on Bridge, is folks doing heavy bridge side pushes, but not just coming over the top, but coming through the building, coming below the building as well. And Fish have gotten several kills, but they're also going down as well. So this push continues to work, actually. They're getting a lot of revives. The Engineer is still alive, though. This could be a quick push if the Engineer is able to survive just a little bit longer. They just need to get one more kill. It's only Vegeta left. It's only Vegeta, and he gets the kill somehow with the pistol. That was kind of insane.
And Terran ended up on long spawn. That's not really good news for Team Fish right now. It's going to kind of mute this push substantially. They are going to go back up for the bridge push. Probably going to try the same thing again, because as we did see, it did work out fairly well, and it was more just a point of getting out fragged for a second there. So I think if they can pull that off again and this time win in the frag battles, then we're going to actually see Team Fish be able to take this fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think the defenders have really got to be thanking Vegeta there. I mean, it all came down to him, and he clutched it out for his team.
He has been picked out now on bridge. He is gibbed out as well. Looks like Swole Patrol is going to go for a push around the back. It's out the fragger. The combo was a little bit too slow to react.
And Fish, it's a 3-on-3, but Fish are very low. Not Terran with just a few pixels of health. No medic in sight. Can they clutch it out here for their team? May just want to just stick back and make sure you don't get stuck on long spawns here. Yeah. Conversely, it's always tricky when the long spawn is happening, because you could say the exact opposite. Hey, we could catch them on long spawns. Yeah. Which is kind of like the weirdest, most... it's kind of like a very... It can be very random at times if you... just depending on the scenario. And one of the trickiest parts of Dirty Bomb, I would say, is really watching that spawn timer, because you know, when they're at risk, you are also at risk. It goes both ways.
The repair's coming out now. The combo's pushing up through that left-hand side at the back, which means that they are going to be able to get this off. I'd be very surprised if this repair is stopped. It's not looking likely. The EV is up, and now the timing's bad. It's going to allow Team Fish to be able to push up and actually take control of the side objective. And this is not looking good for Nice at all. I think the momentum is firmly in Team Fish's favor.
Look at this. Yeah, they have the generator room. As a defender, you always want to get that generator built up to stop that EV. You can see such long holds once this room is taken by the defending side with the generator in it. But it's not happening. Fish are saying, we want this. We understand the strategic value of staying up on the balcony here and holding on to this room. But they actually have moved out of position, so Vegeta and D-Lol are pushing in tandem here. But Lungfish is just bouncing around on his medic station, surviving longer than I thought he possibly could have. And now there's actually a defensive aura station here, so the EV continues to roll forward. The generator's not built yet, but I think it might get built here.
They definitely got the time to build it up. They haven't got an engineer.
Well, Sword Patrol is coming from the back, though. It's a back rage. It's an odd angle. It's a medic fragger combo up on the balcony in a position you really wouldn't expect it. But the revive goes down in the nick of time, so Swole Patrol still alive. Looks like he will be taken out. Martyrdom almost
happened. It's so close to crossing this mark. A single grenade. Oh, one more grenade. Oh,
wow, there you go.
What you doing? If he stayed forward, he would have actually crossed it over. It's still looking unlikely like it's going to happen, but that was a risk that he really didn't want to be taking. If anything, Nocturne should have jumped back and got it the extra couple of feet and made sure that it was no longer possible to repair the generator. That said, it is about to go up. Forward spawns will be taken, and it is looking very good for Team Fish right now.
Looks like we might need to pause, Owen. Or never mind, has been called. Never mind. No pause. No pause. And the EV is back up. It's going to cross over the border, which means that generator never went up, which is something as a defender you always want to happen. So the EV continues to move forward. 5 minutes have eclipsed in the map here, which is very good time. I mean, it's not the best possible time, but Fish have got to be very happy as they continue to roll forward, especially if they can continue to get this thing to the next objective without an airstrike coming down. We don't even have an artillery class for Nice right now, which is quite a big mistake, I would venture to say, because that's the only real way you're going to take the EV down is with artillery.
It seems like due to the timing on the actual repair of the EV, momentum has been firmly against Team Nice for the full second objective, and it looks like momentum's also against them on this. They're all going to try and run in through the back doors. A couple of grenades is going to be able to actually kill some players out. Luckily, they were expecting that, but it's going to be a race to see who can get the second object. Oh, and there we go. Lumpfish snatched it as Aura, the fastest merc in the game, running around the courtyard area, and he's going to get the first objective almost certainly if he doesn't run into.
Vegeta had good game sense. He was actually still from his previous spawn on the previous objective, coming from behind, but the game sense is failing here, as that was not a good position to... Well, oh wait, he did get the return.
He didn't,
no.
Tyso
no,
got the nades on him, and he's taken the hard one already.
Yeah.
Amazing play by Team Fish, expecting the defenders to go in through that left-hand side, which does take a little bit longer to get into position, using the Aura to actually grab that nice and fast and getting it out, and they've been punished for it, so... Yeah, one more objective to capture, and 8 minutes and 20 seconds to do it in. It's looking very good for Team Fish, and Team Nice really need to try and establish a solid hold in this area if they want any chance of being able to hold Team Fish for the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, indeed, this last objective is an interesting one. It's basically once you get the plant outside of this room, then it's really hard to stop folks from delivering it to the final resting place. But it can also be difficult to make your way through these corridors, especially if you've got nader spam, you got fragger spam, you got all kinds of explosions coming in. This is also one of the best objectives in the entire game for Aura. There are multiple places to put your Aura station where it's going to stay alive and be just do so much healing. I don't love that position where the Aura station is placed inside right now, but even there, it's still in a great position to back off to as a defender.
Yeah, I would actually always place the Aura station at the GH doors at the back. Oh, and wait, we got Swab Patrol on flip side rushing. We got the
that's
combo.
4 kills going, 5 kills
well
right
played.
In a row. And that is almost going to be it. Vegeta holding on to that martyrdom post-death.
Just the medic left, and the... Where is it?
Fish are playing very, very cautious here.
Where is it? He took it back home. It's the wrong place there, Lumpfish, mate. Stick it in the soft one and have done with it. Decent time set. And it's all on Nice to actually try and fight this. It looks like one player may have dropped right at the end, unless I'm having a HUD bug. Does that look like we need to wait for someone on Nice to come back?
It looks like he dropped right at the very end. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered anyway, and Lumpfish got a little scared. He was taking damage, so he went right up the stairs and took it the long way around.
But it all worked out.
It all worked out. Actually, when we're talking about the last objective, I know we see a lot of Rhino gameplay on this map specifically, usually on the first objective, but I think that Rhino on the last objective would actually be really effective, especially considering it's hard to get good angles on Aura stations in that last objective, and I think a Rhino... on that last objective could be incredibly brutal.
Oh, it is. We've seen it a few times, and we see it quite frequently in pugs and in scrims right now. It just feels like no one's got that desire to really push it into an actual competitive match, which I think is a shame. We did see PKD try it once and get punished massively for it. But there we go, back up, and...
So certainly not an unbeatable time.
No.
But it's going to be difficult, especially considering how that first map went, the first half of the second map. I don't have a ton of hope for Nice. I mean, I will root for them because we always like to see upsets here on dirtycups.gg. but it's going to be tough. Let's see how they set up. It looks like they're splitting up quite evenly. 2 going through the middle, 3 going over the top. One of them from the top will drop down, so now they're pushing down on the ground as well as from above. But they actually were spread apart, but now are somewhat bunched up. Interesting approach, kind of all approaching from different angles, but ending up in the same spot. But no one's really dying yet for Nice, and they are getting some kills. Both teams just kind of playing somewhat passively at this point.
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of Team Fish's positioning here. I mean, sure, they've got a decent-ish defense, and they are fairly safe, but you just feel like one load of spam is going to really punish them. But that said, Swole Patrol has gone on the flank, and is up top of the office right now. He has got his many equipments. He should be able to clean this all up, or is he going to fluff it? It looks like he may. The healing station is just too strong. Flipside still alive, could go for the revive. Eventually, go for the revive. There we go.
Eventually,
it is wiped up. Oh wait, there's one player. There's a... Now it's wiped up.
This Sawbones skin.
It's a founder skin.
I've not seen it before. It's pretty awesome.
It is. It looks absolutely amazing.
I really like it. Hopefully we can show that on stream at some point. But I dig it. I dig it.
So right now, it's been almost full reset. There is still one of the attackers, which is Vegeta, up on the top. And it's looking fairly safe for Fish right now. I mean, I'm not a massive fan of these positions. They have just been punished for it again. But at least they're managing to out-frag, it feels, right now. If anything else, they're going to be able to out-kill.
We are seeing Swole Patrol. He continues to come from pretty unexpected angles. I mean, even now, he's pushing extremely far forward. Let's see if it pans out for him. It actually does quite well. He gets 2 kills, his medic backs him up, gets the revive, and completely shuts down this next push for Nice as well. So just 5 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, and Nice has really yet to make an ounce of progress here as... you know, that first push didn't look terrible. I mean, they were, like we said, they were able to survive for some time, but... Wow, Swole Patrol is actually showing his mettle here.
Nothing but net for Swole Patrol right there.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
That was amazing.
Those guys literally just spawned and walked out the door just to have a nade rain down on their heads. Can't feel good.
Yeah, it's looking like there's a bit of an argument going on in Team Fish right now. It's do we push forward and actually go for the spawn camp, or do we just stay respectful and stay further back? Swole doesn't seem happy. Swole's like, no, I'm going in. Come on, come on me. Come on, Flipside.
Well, I mean, Fish has to know that they don't want to develop any bad habits at this point in the cup. You know, they're in it to win it, and if they start going a little too aggressive, it might carry over to the next game
Swole
that they play.
care. Swole's actually in the spawn. Swole's like, alright.
Well, knowing Swole Patrol's personality, I think he might be the only one that's on board that ship.
I don't even know his personality, but just hearing his name, I think I get it. I think I get it.
Yeah.
He's a really nice guy.
His name and just his play. It's just very, very cocky and aggressive.
He's a funny guy. He's an amazing guy to actually play with. And again, he's been wiped up. 2 players from Nice are on long spawns. And it's looking fairly safe to say right now that Team Fish are going to actually be taking this. This is actually the second map in a best of 3, which means that Fish will be going through. Nice are likely to go out, unless they can actually get it repaired in the next minute, which... Is this... I'm not going to jinx it. Is this going to be like the biggest caster's curse ever?
That would be awesome. I would be down. I wonder if this match ends right here, which it looks like it will. I'm assuming most of the rest of this round will still be going, so maybe we'll find an opportunity to jump in a game midway. Maybe not. We'll take a look as soon as this is over. I would be interested to see how 20ID is faring, as well as amazing like Raisins, who beat Vivacity in the previous round, which is, I think, a big upset.
No, it was an amazing upset. I honestly pictured Fish and Vivacity as the final, to be honest. So to see that not be the case is kind of surprising. But also, I didn't really know who 20ID were until you actually brought them up before Fish. So I'm interested to watch them, hopefully next, or soon at least. because that sounds like it should be an interesting match. And we did watch the end of Bitches and Cream versus 20ID, and it looked fairly like a very strong fight for 20ID on that one. So
Yeah.
I reckon that should be a lot closer than what we've just seen here today. It's fairly unfortunate. I think Nice have like hints towards greatness coming out every now and again, but unfortunately I think the teamwork from Team Fish is just so strong that you can just tell the way that they're moving. They're just moving as a team all the time, and it's feeling very strong. And I really hope that we see more Team Fish moving forward, not just in this cup but in future cups as well.
Just goes to show you, when you actually practice and you actually strat and come up with specific call-outs, specific rotations, it's going to pay off. I mean, that's one of the most important things you can do as a team, is really just learn the map as best as you can. Learn where you're on defense, where your positions are, on attack. Exactly the different types of rotations and the different types of pushes, because you definitely need at least several in case they catch wind of some of your strategies. You need some backups as well. So that's what you're seeing all these top tier teams doing, is really coming up with very specific call outs, very specific strategies, and really executing on those, as well as just the synergy between the medics and the attackers and the engineers and everything. Building that team dynamic also equally important.
Okay, I don't want to take any hype away from this right now. So Team Fish are looking almost certain to win. Well, they are certainly going to win this now. The best of two, there's no time to actually complete. But because these matches were so short, it may be possible, if we're quick and hurry up, to catch the second half of another round. Because if not, it's looking like we could have quite a long wait on our hands.
Yeah,
the other maps
let's
to
try and
finish
do that.
this. Because both of these rounds were over in very decent times. I mean, 8 minutes on bridge, and then what was that, 5 minutes on train yard? Amazing times. And we've always got the risk that this could also go to a best of 3 on the other side. So we really need to see if we can find another game which is underway that we can watch and hopefully get a full couple of maps out of. Otherwise, you guys are going to have to wait for a good 30-40 minutes for the next match, which is far from ideal.
Yeah, I'm actually going to drop out of the server and try to find another match as we speak.
Cool.
So keep casting, Pixel. You got this.
Inferno, it's your job, mate. Are you still here, son?
Oh, I'm actually talking in chat about one of the teams that got disqualified, and someone's a little upset. But yeah, it's nothing big. All right, I'll come back in.
No, it's all good.
Well, there's only 20 seconds left.
I know,
don't think we're gonna
exactly.
see any big clutch plays.
We're actually looking for another game to cast right now. Team Fish honestly just dominant throughout the whole match. There was no where it really looked kind of worrying for Team Fish.
Well, I gotta say, a lot of people have been talking about 20ID being the upset team, so I think next up we should probably be able to watch 20ID play against Fish, correct?
Yeah, correct. However, because Team Fish kind of dominated so hard, and it was also the first match to start, there's a good chance that there's a good 40-50 minutes before that match is going to get underway. So we are going to hopefully find another game which we can jump into in the meantime, maybe the second half of one of these best of threes, because it could be a long one. Maybe 20ID's game is going underway as well. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I actually can't seem to find them in a server. I don't know. Maybe they're done already as well?
Just
Wow.
an important thing to note to anybody who's participating in these. Obviously, we've never had any problems with Dirty Cups, but since this is a proving grounds, a lot of these people are kind of teams that aren't familiar or not in contact with the admins. It's very important that you make yourself very easy to be basically in contact with the admins throughout the entire tournament in case a team gets disqualified. If you play your match and you just leave and you're nowhere to be seen, it's, we can attempt to find you, but unless we can get direct contact with you in Dirty Cups Mumble or on the Dirty Cups website chat or in the cast chat, there's not much we can do. So you just got to deal with it, and next time it's going to be your responsibility to stick around, or at least have someone to stick around in case something happens. So this is the first time it's ever happened, though. So
Okay, so it definitely doesn't look like any of the teams from these quarterfinals have actually managed to finish up apart from Team Fish right now. So yeah.
Well, I
let's
just
see if we
saw
can spot them.
actually the amazing Raisins match. I just saw that server completely empty out. So they're either done or switching over to Europe or something like that.
It'd be cool if maybe any of the admins can actually just contact us quickly and let us know where everything's at.
Yeah. Not entirely sure at what point we are. I'm gonna check the brackets right now.
Team Fish, why have you done this to us, mate?
Team
If any of
Fish
you have
winning
gone
way too quickly.
Yeah, far too quickly, and starting first as well, which is never a good sign. So you started this match before anybody else in the quarterfinals, and you finish it probably just as everybody else is about to start. This could be good though. It could mean we can actually last the whole extra match.
Yeah, we might be able to hop in and maybe watch 20 ID's game and kind of get an idea of the strength of 20 ID, because I think the match to watch is at this point is 20 ID versus Fish. I've been hearing a lot of things about 20 ID being a very strong up and comer in this particular cup, and I've never seen them play before. All I know is Lunacide from playing pubs, but I'm really excited to see just how strong 20 ID is going to be.
Now this is interesting because Vafan also lost as well. So on the other side of the bracket right now, we are seeing Sunrise versus Amazing Like Raisins, Third Unit, and Interior Designers, which are all teams that, to be honest, not many of us know much about. So that's a really strange mix-up from where we are on the other side.
Okay, Interior Designers is actually... Wait, how is this working? Hang on a minute. One of these teams is actually a good team. I know these names.
Oh, Blue and Gunny. Shane is the Ghost. I recognize these players as well.
Actually, both of these
a
teams
new
are
dark
good.
horse.
Okay, so actually we've got Donut, Wally, Only, and Addy and Ramsky. These guys
Addy,
are, I think,
wow.
Battlefield players.
Yeah.
And these other guys, Gunny and all these other guys, I think are ET slash... probably made a bigger name for themselves in free-to-play games. So, wow. I should check their rosters. They definitely have good players.
I just got word, folks, that 20 ID has already won as well. So
What?
Fish versus 20 ID could be coming up in just any second here, which is the match of maybe the tournament. But it sounds like actually we have some more contenders in the lower side of the bracket, so we're headed towards pretty nice finals.
Wow.
If we want to delay it as well, it might be worth watching these two teams, Third Unit and Interior Designers, play. They just have such weird names. Like, you don't expect Interior Designers to be a serious team or Third Unit. But yeah, I think both of these rosters that they have definitely are really good. I wonder if that's Buds, the US player Buds. Huh. I'm not quite sure what the progress of their game is, however, so... I mean,
choices.
We haven't seen Raisins. Well, I mean, if Raisins already won their bracket, Well, all right. I guess we might as well watch that. We might be able to watch the other semifinal after, so maybe if we delay the other semifinal, is that possible?
I mean, I would be interested to know how far along Third Unit and Interior Designers are in their
well, yeah,
match.
that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking if we watch. All right, let me see if I can find.
We're doing a little bit of checks right now for you guys because we need to be certain that if we actually go on straight into Fish versus 20 ID, we're not going to end up with a case where this match will end and there's still like an hour for the other side of the bracket to finish. So we're just going to quickly check on the progress of all the matches. Hopefully we won't have to make any teams wait around, but we'll let you know in a second, guys. Sorry for the delay.
Yeah, it's just right now the things are so out of sync. I think they could both be really interesting games to watch. So if it works out that we watch Fish versus 20 ID and then the other games in the earlier bracket finished just as we finished watching this game, it could all work out. I'm hopping in the server now to just see what's going on.
Team Fish and 20 ID just winning their games far too quickly for us.
It means we got more strong teams in the Dirty Bomb scene. Again, I want to remind everybody that this is the newcomers' opportunity to get some spotlight. Today it's in the Proving Grounds tournament brought to you by DirtyCups.gg. We did exclude the top 8 teams who had qualified via our previous Cup series, so they are not playing. But But I should also mention that it's not just those top 8 teams that aren't playing. It's pretty much most of the teams, only a very small handful of teams that we've seen come into previous cups are actually participating here. So not just are we not, there's probably about 15, 20 more teams out there that are not playing in this thing. So if my mental math is correct, we had 50 plus teams sign up today. It sounds to me like in North America and Europe combined, there's at least 70 or potentially up to 100 teams that are trying to play this game competitively right now, which is great news. Very exciting. I'm definitely glad to see folks like, I wouldn't go so far as to say legendary, but at least historied and storied team as 20ID jumping into the game as well. I mean, you could go out and say legendary as well. If you're into niche FPS, they've been around.
So it looks like they're on the second map right now, actually. First half of the second map. So for the interior designers versus third unit, and I believe interior designers are up 1. So do we want to just get the 20ID versus Fish game going right now?
I think we should. All right,
let's do it.
Now, I'm sure you can handle it, guys, but I'm just going to nip downstairs and get myself a quick drink. I'll be back in a second. I'm sure Fish Sticks and Inferno will keep you entertained.
Yeah, we got this. We got this.
We got this.
I don't even know how to play an instrument. Come on. Like the last person who want to entertain you.
It's okay. Maybe after the stream, Lumfish can give us a piano performance.
Yes.
After they take the victory. Or maybe take the victory.
Yeah, I definitely. I wish that I took the time to look through all the different teams entered, because I think the bottom bracket could definitely be bringing an upset to this cup. There's definitely some good teams in there.
That's good to hear. I'm glad to hear it.
All right, so we just waiting to hear what server we're going to be watching.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And
I'm
you
really
mentioned
excited
that
for this. Honestly, I haven't seen any of 20ID play in pugs or scrims or anything, so I'm completely in the dark, to be honest, as to how strong 20ID is.
it would be a real shame if they're a complete bust. We have been hyping them up pretty much all day so far. In my mind, this was the match to watch out for. So we'll see how they fare. I haven't seen them play at all either, but the fact the fact that they did pretty much, I believe they pretty much stomped Bitches and Cream. I think they said about like a 5-minute 50 second on
yeah,
bridge.
Actually, one of the members of Bitches and Cream messaged me and he said, you guys didn't shoutcast our game, did you? And I said, no. And he said, thank God, and just logged off Steam. So I think he was pretty happy that we didn't get to witness that, because apparently it was quite brutal. And, I mean, Bitches and Cream has very capable FPS players. I'm not quite sure how well they play Dirty Bomb, but if you got completely stomped and you're coming from another game where you were considered a fairly high-skill player, it must have been pretty bad.
Hello, guys. I am back.
Hello.
Hi. We're just now waiting for Fish to join up the server. Looks like 20ID is locked and loaded, so we will be jumping into this semifinal match in just a couple of minutes. We do appreciate you all tuning in today on this fine Sunday afternoon or evening, depending on where you're tuning in from. Or if you're in Asia, it might even be morning tomorrow. So thanks for checking out the cup and the tournament and supporting Dirty Bomb. We've had a blast bringing you cups over the last couple of months now. We've been doing this for, it's almost like we're settling into a routine of sorts here on the dirtycups.gg casting group. We all hope that you're following the channel here on Twitch so you can know when we go live. And let's talk a little bit more about the teams. The one thing I do know about 20ID is that the one player that I could recognize for one of their previous rosters was a TF2 player from their TF2 team. So I know Owen, our producer, has a background in TF2. Maybe the rest of these folks are also coming from TF2. I'm not totally sure. but at very least they do have some experience in competitive TF2 at a high level, I should say, as well. And then, yeah, I mean, we've been watching Fish today play. Swole Patrol with the nades coming in clutch. Tysaur has been sniping quite well. Lumfish playing that aura. It's been fun to watch so far. I think we should see a really, really good game in just a second. We're only waiting for one more player to join the server, and we will be jumping into the game in just a second, so stay tuned. Sit tight. More Dirty Bomb action. Just a second.
And more than likely, just because of the synchronization of the matches, thanks to Fish winning so quickly and 20IT winning so quickly, we might be able to watch the last rounds of the bottom bracket semifinal as well before we actually go into the final. So if that's possible, I think we should probably head that direction, get some idea of how strong the bottom bracket teams actually are, since we haven't had the chance to watch any of them play quite yet.
I think the 20ID guys are listening to the stream, because I just saw Endless is some shitty Left 4 Dead player or something like that. So they're taking jabs at their own team.
Gotcha.
I like it.
All right.
So what team do you think 20ID should... I'm joking, I'm not going to be giving away strats. I definitely recognize Mason, Milo, and Lunaside from 20ID.
Apparently one of them is streaming. I'm not quite sure. So you could even ask them yourselves.
So we're seeing Lumfish come out straight away with the "please may we play train yard." Obviously after the dominating play versus Nice.
Look,
Yeah, so
20ID
20ID
picks Terminal for the second map. We haven't seen Terminal yet today. We haven't seen Underground, Terminal, or Chapel yet, now that I think about it. It's been a whole lot of Train Yard and Bridge today.
Fish is so confident they're picking attackers every time, so
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see if it's going to work out. And Pixel, you said something about Fish having some upset maps that they don't like playing. Was one of them Terminal?
It may have been, as Terminal already been picked.
Maybe. All right.
It
I
has
see.
indeed already been picked. Yes.
Well then, yes, they don't like Terminal. It doesn't go well for them at any point. So I know they've been practicing it an awful lot. I think that they're better at it than what they give themselves credit for. But I think they've got a couple of players on the team, and I don't like calling people out directly, but Norterran and Flipside especially get really frustrated when they start getting held for longer periods of time. And I think the first objective on Terminal is one of the prime places where that is going to happen in the whole of Dirty Bomb. And I think frustration kicks in. I think if they can stay calm, they'll be fine. The skill is definitely there, but yeah, Terminal's definitely not their best map. Then again, I didn't think Train Yard was the best map, and they completely stomped that.
Well, I think a good belly rubbing from Lumfish is going to calm Flipside right down. So they've already come off a very strong first set of games, and I think the confidence is there that it might be all they need to get the momentum in their favor and not be held for long periods of time. Obviously, Bridge, I don't think you ever see any team get off to an easy peasy start on Bridge. Yeah. So even when you're playing against a team that you just stomped, you could really have to kind of try against them on Bridge first objective. So they seem to hold their composure there and eventually got it. Hopefully they can translate that into this next game against 20ID, who is going to be a much stronger opponent, more than likely.
All right, let's see your hype. Where do your allegiances lie this evening? Let us see in chat. Are you rooting for Team Fish here, or are you rooting for 20ID? Let us know in chat who you think is going to win this one, / who you're rooting for. I think that's one and the same, I mean, in my mind.
So, I know this much. Through practice, I have scrimmed with Team Fish quite recently and quite frequently. The first objective has actually got a lot better on attack. The second objective on attack can be kind of flimsy, so I think that's where the bottleneck may arise for them. But it's interesting to see what they're going to do for the first attack. I'm expecting to see 3 people go through lobby, 2 people go up onto the MG side, and hopefully try and kill people in the luggage area. If that happens or not is going to be strange to see. No.
Oh, look,
Complete
it's 4 4 on the left, 1 on the right. There are 4 folks coming straight up the balcony. They're going to want to take the inner balcony area. And if you actually look at 20 ID's posture, they're nowhere near. I mean, we're seeing so many teams. That is a really nice airstrike. So many teams putting people into the apartment room. 20 ID has nobody there, so Fish has been able to successfully capture the apartment completely in their control. Even looks like they're going to get some revives as well, keeping the engineer alive. So they have the balcony on point, but they're not getting a whole lot of kills. 20 ID are still alive. They've still got their medic station, and they're aiming quite well. I mean, they're just getting a lot of frags.
I just got to tell you, this is the most awkward, defense I've ever seen. It's like watching a middle school dance. They're all just humping this heal station. I don't even know how Lunacide came on top with 4 kills there. Whatever. All right, keep going.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've never seen a defensive positioning quite like that. Usually you see people in the apartment room. Usually you see people tucked away into the luggage area a bit more. But they're all just playing straight into the middle of the courtyard. Pixel, what do you think about this strategy?
I've actually never...
He's never cuts out. Rip Pixel.
Pardon?
You just cut out for a second there.
I was about to say that I've never really been a fan of the traditional setups on Terminal, apart from the nice strat where you actually stick a sniper up onto the balcony. I do feel like with an aura, sticking the healing station in the balcony may seem like a decent idea, but a single nade just blows it up instantly, you know? So, I don't know, I'm not much of a fan of an MG nest hold full stop, but I do feel like having this setup where you've just got all your defense really in the middle area is kind of ballsy. It's like, it could work really well. You have actually got all your numbers in one area, but if you get wiped out, you're going to get wiped hard, right? You've got nobody set aside somewhere else to at least slow them down. So I don't know, I think it's risky.
So I'm taking an aerial view, just running around in free camera, and these two teams are actually right next to each other. They've been on different levels of the map, but standing right next to each other. And Fish now with a big advantage, the big man advantage, and the forward spawn. So that is going to push 20 ID. They have to come over the top. They did get a decent spawn time, so they're back in action at a decent time. But look at Fish. There are so many of them right here on the objective, and the plant is going down. Not Terran is getting it down. Look, he didn't place a turret, though. I wonder if his turret got destroyed or something like that. There is an aura station right around the corner, though, so a decent position for Team Fish. But here come 20 ID, spawning and coming over the top all at once, getting shot immediately as they crest the top there. But luckily for them, no nades raining in. There could have been nades coming from Swole Patrol at any point here. But 20 ID very timid. They don't want to push in and die immediately, but they are running out of time. They only have about 20 more seconds to disarm this thing.
It's kind of strange considering what they did on the first wave just then. When they got the back spawn, they actually just jumped 2 medics straight over on their own and got them
here comes
killed
Mason.
instantly.
There's 6 seconds. No, but in comes the nader nades. Mason has just 2 seconds left, and that is not enough time. This is going to go off.
Wow. So the first objective done in a very respectable time for Terminal. Obviously, you can get it on the first spawn. If you don't get it on the first spawn, normally we expect to see much longer holds, but instead, they managed to actually do it within a few minutes, and they've also not been held on the section straight after the first objective, which is going to obviously save them about a minute and a half. It's looking good for Team Fish, it has to be said. But this is the objective where I often see them make mistakes. They went straight in, and they're going to run straight towards the spawn. This is my strat. I called this.
I don't know if this is going to work. I mean, Lunas...
It's going to work.
Oh, wow. What is this position? It's so awkward. What are they...
I suggested this to Lumpfish just a few days ago, and everybody thought I was crazy. And it's perfect. It works.
Well, it hasn't worked yet.
Oh, it has.
Oh, they've taken the MG. All right, Lumpfish getting some kills. He's even got an aura station right on him. And look at this. The flank is coming from all angles, and Lumpfish diving in there, getting the defibs out, making it happen. It looks like they're going to plant on both objectives here, and 20 ID is put in an awkward position indeed here. This is a very, very potentially nice time to set. So 20 ID have to bust back in and clear off this whole objective area, and that was like a 5 or 6 second spawn for the entire team of 20 ID. So they really got to figure something else out here because they're running out of time. They only have about 30 seconds left on the final objective here.
The smile on my face is absolutely outrageous right now. To see that strategy, something completely new and work so well, is what Dirty Bomb's all about. That's the promise it's got with all this merc stuff. I can't even speak properly.
What is
Ouch.
this turret placement? Look at this.
Turret actually has perfect vision. Oh my god. That's going to work out pretty well. And I think that's going to be all she wrote here for 20ID on the first half of the first map. So still not down and out, but that is an incredibly quick time to set on terminal.
Wow, and there's nothing more I can say. I was confident that that strategy was going to work, and I can't believe that I've actually seen a team do it in a cup and just completely trash with it. I think it is a bit of a cheese strat, right, guys? Be honest. I think if you knew that that's what was going to happen, you're going to defend against it. It's never going to work. But just as something to come out of nowhere, that was an amazing play by Team Fish and an amazing time set for the second objective, which normally takes people absolutely ages. Overall, 5 minutes and 33 seconds on terminal. It has been beaten that time before in the past, but not often. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I think the reason that strategy worked is they all came off escalator down through middle to try and get the flank, and they're like, wait, they're in our spawn. Oh, we better turn around and go back up, and at that point it was too late.
Yeah, it just... It's what Dirty Bomb's all about. A lot of people think it is all about the kills, it's all about the teamwork and stuff, but I would actually argue it's just as much about pulling people out of position than any of those things combined. Because making sure that you have easy access onto an area just by simply moving just really does. It's like playing chess. We're seeing the same kind of strategy right now coming out from 20ID. They were going to go straight up towards the MG. Airstrike came out, they did split, and it's 5 men, is it, onto the MG nest? Yes, it is.
Huh, I don't know if I love this. I don't know if I love putting literally all 5 of your guys straight up towards the balcony. They're so susceptible to nades and airstrikes at this point. And as we've talked about in previous cups, it tends to be somewhat overrated to hold the MG. I mean, of course it's important, of course it can work out, but it does not always mean that you're going to have a surefire in here. And here comes the Kira laser. Who's that for?
It's Team Fishes. We've got Tyso, which is up on the... I'm going to call it the I&I position from now on. I think a lot of people in chat will actually understand what that means. Up on the balcony with the Kira. She's got unlimited ammo up there. The only problem with picking a Kira over maybe an Artie right now is that obviously she can't provide ammo to her teammates. Her teammate's going to have to jump up unless she leaves the ammo pack there, which is not the best thing to do. It looks like they're going to get really aggressive. They're going for the actual plant on the secondary objective, and it looks like they've got it. They're going for the spawn camp. Team Fish being so disrespectful right now. They don't care. They're going to go for that spawn camp, and I think they might actually be able to make this work.
I think 20ID just has some of the most awkward strategies I've seen quite yet. Maybe they were just winning all their matches from pure fragging skill, but obviously you need some sort of composure on defense and offense when you're playing an organized team like Fish.
10 seconds they're down for. That bomb's actually going to blow. They are going to be able to get the perfect spawn camp hold up, and this is basically all they wrote. This is it. Like, you cannot break this camp, providing that Team Fish don't make a huge mistake. This is one of the strongest positions to be in the whole of Dirty Bomb right now, and Team Fish have just got them really easily, really quickly.
And look at
blocking
that.
off that side entrance with the Kira laser, just completely controlling them.
At this rate, this game may be over in time to watch the other semifinals, to be quite honest.
I'm totally not going to count 20ID out. My guess is that the further they play in this tournament, the better they're going to get, because they clearly have fragging ability and they clearly have team play, but it just seems that their game knowledge and their understanding of like the current meta is maybe just a little out of date, but I think there's a lot of potential in this team.
Like, to be fair, I just hold that you should not be able to break through that camp that they actually got on the between the first objective and spawn, and they broke it straight away. Fragging wise, 20ID are strong. It's just, let's be honest, the cheese strats coming out from Fish right now are just stronger. And as soon as you're actually able to fight against that, I think they're actually in a better position.
Oh, there it is. How did they not even... Lunacide was there, they saw him, and they just left him. You got that.
Oh,
nade
20ID
flank,
finally, they are going for the forward. They might be able to get it here.
I think they
It
can
looks
get
like
the
they
first
very
objective
well
now.
could have gotten the forward spawn at this point, which is good, of course, obviously. Why are they not giving? Yeah. My head.
Obviously, they didn't watch LCTR's tutorial video.
Okay, so the forward spawn looks like it was taken. It's like we've got Taiso capturing it back. They're still in a decent position. I think the generator is being repaired so they can come out that long way. The forward spawn and the forward camp isn't going to work anymore. There's only 1 minute and 43 seconds on the clock. No longer physically possible for 20 ID to win this. But I think fragging wise, you're certainly right. They're definitely up there. I just think the strategy coming out from Team Fish and the teamwork was just a little bit too strong on the day. Hopefully, the second map will be a little bit closer, and I'm guessing we're going to be going to Bridge. I mean, not Bridge, to Train Yard, based on what Team Fish were asking for earlier on in the lobby. And I don't know, we saw Fish do an amazing job last time on Train Yard. Are you still
Nice
confident
4K
for
there
20
to finish it off from Terran.
You know, I would say that I still wouldn't be surprised if they put up a really strong fight and made it extremely close. I don't think they're going to win it, obviously, especially after this first map. I see a lot of people in chat saying, oh, overhyped, blah, blah, blah. Hey, this is a newcomers tournament. We had no idea what's going to happen. We have not seen these teams play. All I know is that this is a clan that I have seen for like 8 or 9 years in competitive gaming. And in my experience, they typically have good teams. So that's kind of why I'm hyping them up. And plus, you got, as a caster, you got to hype it up, you know. You got to try to get everyone excited and about the storylines and the teams. So excuse me for being hyped.
But let's be completely fair as well. I mean, what you're saying is correct. It just so happens that the match that we are watching is versus one of the most experienced teams in Dirty One. They may have not got the results to the name, but they've been playing every single cup that Dirty Cups has casted. They've also been really active in the pub community. The people on Team Fish are some of the most experienced players in the game right now. So it is a little bit skewed, to be fair, the results right now. I do think 20D did a good fight. I think their strategies were a little bit weak at times, but I think they definitely got some potential.
Yeah, this may just end up being the best weekend of Lumfish's life. Considering, what is it, on Friday he raised
$4,200.
$4,200 for his charity, and today he may just very well win the Dirty Cups Proving Ground Cup, and I'm not quite sure, he might he might just die from an intense orgasm, not quite sure.
Oh, so many lines have been crossed. Come on, Inferno. This is a PG-13 stream, Sonny Jim.
Oh,
I don't think
my
it
bad.
is, actually.
I think that's safe to say. You know, I think
I'm wearing a
I think
shirt.
the rule.
All right, there's no cleavage. I think we're good on the Twitch rules.
And then there was silence from Fish Sticks. Awkward positioning right now.
Yeah.
Anyway. So we're looking at what the second map's going to be. It looks like it's going to be Train Yard. Lumfish is actually saying Train Yard in the chat right now. We saw Fish play Train Yard just a couple of matches ago, and they was fairly dominant on it. So I'm very excited to see if they're actually able to keep this attack consistent versus different opponents. We saw a really strong attack. We saw really good positioning. Now, if they can actually make this consistent, not only will they have a really good chance of beating 20 ID in this match, but I think long term, we're actually going to be seeing a team which is able to execute on strats. They have lost a couple of players, they've gained a couple of new players, Team Fish, and they are looking really strong now. And I actually think that this team now could start becoming, you know, like quarterfinals and semifinals each time in the traditional Dirty Cups, just from what I've seen today. So I'm excited to see this progression from Team Fish. And I want to see if 20 ID can actually just become that roadblock in the way and actually shut them down on Train Yard after we've seen how strong they can be. So yeah.
Wow. Okay, 20 ID chooses attacker first, so I'm not quite sure if they're masochists or if they've got something up their sleeves. We'll see.
Well, come on. Don't count them out to that level. Damn.
Come on, guys, turn
I
the
mean,
kettles
I'm not
on, get
counting them
yourselves
out
a drink. Come back,
in
I'm
the
joking.
least, but after what we just saw, I mean, I'd kind of want to go back to the strat board and establish a little bit of a basic I don't know, some sort of basic plan before I went up against a team like that. Especially considering we walked into this game and apparently Terminal is one of Fish's least favorite maps. And okay, now we're on Bridge.
No,
Well,
we're actually heading to Train Yard next.
Oh, Train Yard. Got you. Okay, yeah. So, I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Back to Train Yard for like the 4th or 5th time today. Which is alright with me. It's a good map. I like it.
Luckily, we haven't seen any complete stomps on Train Yard yet. That's when it can be an annoying one. But Owen's saying we did, but I'm pretty sure the complete, like, the hold that we saw was actually on Bridge, not Train Yard.
In the Train Yard game, Fish had already set a really fast time, so it ended rather quickly. We may be seeing a much longer...
when I say stomp, I'm actually talking about full holds. Full holds can be one of the hardest things to watch. But luckily, we really avoided those in Dirty Cups in general, haven't we, to be honest? I think since we actually started Dirty Cups nearly 3 months ago, I think we've probably seen less than 5 or 6 full holds, full stop, so that's good.
Yeah, and also you have to consider that this is all new teams. There's really no way to seed it properly in terms of getting a bounce game every time, so obviously it's kind of, we just have to wait and see.
All right, here we go. Train Yard is the map, heading back on over to these same objectives, and it's I think we're all going to be expecting Fish to put up a pretty good fight here on defense, but hoping to see some good coordination, some good airstrikes, whatever it takes to get in there and make it happen for 20ID. If they don't make it a little bit close, I'm going to be slightly sad, as I have been hyping them up pretty much all day. Let's see how they go.
I think there's a chance for 20ID to actually do this. If they can out-frag and play smart and take it slow, I think with this split that they've got right now, they've got 2 people going through the mid, they've got 2 people on the right.
I'm actually liking this. Tysor is down. This is actually a really well-timed push right now.
And the pinch is about to hit.
I think it's a 4 versus 3. No, make that 5 versus 2. And 20ID pushing straight on in, closing the side. Oh, almost closing the side objective. Didn't quite get it all the way built. Oh man, this was such a good push for 20ID, and it's just kind of disintegrated, but before our eyes.
Well, kind of. They've still got a hold on this side. That track gate looks like it's going to be closed, and the rest of the team are going to be able to back up on this side. Tyso's pulling out the lasers. He's going to be able to get any kills with it. Lumfish and Terran actually being able to pick a couple off, so it is going to be okay. But that was a lot closer than I think we actually really give 20ID credit for. This is a really good start for them, and he's actually going to take down the...
Oh,
taking down the combo.
Endless almost made a miracle happen there. I will also shout out to Skull Patrol, because he got the kill and just gibbed instantly. He got the kill, and 2 seconds later, the body was gibbed, or 1 second later, so nicely done on his end as well. But it's another big advantage here for 20ID as they push towards the objective. It's just not Terran and Lumfish who stand in front of them, but the spawn wave is coming right now. So the spawn wave will be here in a second. A slightly mistimed nade. Is there time to plant? I think that there may have been time to plant.
They should have planted a long time ago.
But yeah, again, a kind of squandered opportunity where 20ID had a big advantage, but was unable to actually convert that into a plant.
But let's be honest, we're talking about Fish which have shown great teamwork throughout the competition so far, and yet on the last 3 spawn waves in a row, we've actually seen 20ID be able to break and make it very uncomfortable for Team Fish. And it's been more than 20ID's own mistakes, and it has been Team Fish's amazing retakes which have cost them here. So I think there's a good chance that we may actually see this first objective taken, and fairly soon.
Yeah, at this rate, I mean, it feels like it could have happened already. But they just haven't capitalized, unfortunately for them. Which has got to be a little bit frustrating to be like, hey man, we got the objective, but we failed to do anything with it twice. So, yeah, twice in about 3 minutes. Like 2 minutes, really.
Can he get any more picks? We're about 2 seconds away from long spawns. The fight is about to start right now. Oh. It's even still. Even Stevens. Nothing's happening. They're all too scared. Milo gets taken out and gibbed, so it looks like Team Fish are in a slight advantage right now. And there we go. Wiped out once again. Team Fish seem to really be getting into the swing of things right now. I think they're understanding just how and 20ID have been playing and are starting to really compensate for that right now. I think they was expecting more of a 5-man push onto MG, where they weren't expecting to split through mid and the gate side. And I think that 20ID really need to make something special happen right now. They're actually going up for a bit of a flank. They are actually behind where Tyso is. Tyso does get a pick onto Milo, which is going to save Team Fish for a little bit longer. And 2 seconds to long spawns. Will the medics get caught out on long spawns?
Do both teams have someone on long spawn here?
They
Looks
do.
like it.
It's fairly equal right now. There's no medics up for 20ID.
Ouch.
You know, from what I've been seeing, it seems like Lumpfish's Aura Station has kind of been the upset for when it comes to all of 20ID's pushes. It looked like they're going to be really strong, really successful, but they just have no response for that heal station there.
I've also noticed that they've walked right over it like 20 times without killing it. So again, the game knowledge aspect coming into a play here. I mean, it's pretty obvious to see that thing. If you're over level 5 or 6, you should know what an Aura Station is and how to kill it. So I'm sure they see it. Just kind of surprised that they didn't take it down at any point so far.
I think one of the big things with the healing station right now is, like we've actually said, and I don't want to keep going over this because it is kind of a negative thing to say, but a lot of people aren't happy with being forced like Aura in the 1-minute rule set. But when you've actually got somebody on the team that enjoys being Aura, who would choose to play Aura, like Lumpfish would right now, I think it just gives your team that little edge because they know what they're doing. They enjoy practicing with it in pugs and stuff like that.
Oh, nice collapse. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, never mind. Yeah, respawn wave is here. I thought there was an advantage for a second, but it did not last.
Lumpfish is completely abusing his health station right now. It's so good to watch. It's like, yeah, I am the Aura with 500 HP. Face me. Fight me.
And I think one of the issues is you just kind of have to realize you can't play Aura the same way that you try and play every other Merc. You know, the health station is a critical part of Aura's effectiveness, and you know the way Lumpfish is just peeking, putting out damage, falling back. He's not even going for the kills. He's just chipping away until he sees the opportunity to get a very easy cleanup.
Oh my goodness! Please take out. Why isn't he taking out the med station?
It's definitely falling in towards Team Fish being able to just hold this quite effectively now. I think we need to see 20ID try something drastically different. They've actually got 2 players up on the MG side. 3-4 players make that. If they win this fight, they are in with a chance.
There was a pretty substantial flanking maneuver there for Team Fish, but it did not work out, and 2 revives are going down. I mean, luckily for Fish, their respawn times were not that bad, but they have a slight window. Again, it looks like there was enough of a window to maybe plant here for 20ID, but they did not capitalize once again.
Actually, they're right
this
now.
is slow planting.
Right now
This is there's no way.
Again, you are correct in what you're saying. Like, literally, they get the advantage, but then they start panicking, and it seems like they just kind of clamp up. The fragging classes are more like, where's my medic? I need some health before I actually move forward. Where really, you just need to be able to trust that your medic's going to follow you and you revive you instantly and just go for that fight, because it was 4 versus 1 for a second then, and they could have definitely got a plant off.
Wow, Lumpfish is about to get 4 revive. Oh.
No, Lumpfish taken out, so that's a 2-on-2. But there's a med station. Med station OP. Wait, I think the collapse could happen here.
Swole just completely circumcised Mason.
That's one way to put it.
He just crouched on the healing station, just swiping his knife at the groin. Finally got the kill.
I mean, 20ID has gotten really close multiple times. I think they really just need to have whoever's playing Frag or Luna side save one of his nades to just wipe out that heal station before everyone's already dead.
But look what's happening. But look what's happening. They were really strong. It feels like they've gone on full tilt right now. The amount of times that they're getting desynced straight off the start is outrageous. They have the ability to be able to push this. We saw that on the first few spawn waves, and since then they've not even come close. And I don't know, they just really need to regroup, maybe try a different strategy, maybe do a whole right push or something like that up towards the boiler room. But if not, we could be in for a long wait on this first objective.
Yeah, and if you're newer to the game of Dirty Bomb, it may not always seem very obvious, but you have to always watch when your next respawn wave is coming, and realize that if you're pushing out by yourself, after a respawn wave just happens, you're putting your team. That's the worst thing you can possibly do for your team. Absolutely, 100%. It's so dangerous, and it's just not the right play to make.
That aura should have stayed and closed the track gate. Instead, it allows them to get flanked by Fish and.
So, I mean, there are certain opportunities where it's actually better to do nothing and just stay hidden for like 15-20 seconds than put yourself at risk, which is something you're gonna see it happen at the top level play like a lot. 'Cause it's better to survive than get caught on lawn spawn.
Like, look what's happened though. Like, this may be Fish's downfall right now. Got far too aggressive. Went for the back rage right at spawn. I mean, it's working out for them okay, but if they continue doing this, it is Swole Patrol and flip side again.
Oh, see,
they're asking for trouble.
It just happened to Endless.
Yeah.
Endless just got caught on that long spawn, which just means his team is down a player for an entire push. Another 20 seconds, down one of their crucial medic and probably the best player on their team is down and out.
And just the fact that Fish can be so aggressive, really, like it's something that tactically you'd say, well, that was a poor decision to make. They're still coming out on top at this point. I think they've kind of shifted it, even to a psychological standpoint, where I think 20ID is just feeling like they've already lost.
Oh yeah, completely. But I still think you need to make sure that you keep that in range and make sure that you don't get overly aggressive and
another
start
advantage
nading
here.
yourself on long spawns. But
so they got 2 NGs.
They have an NG. Oh my god. Get him up, boy. Get him up.
see, this is what I mean. I think when the aggression comes out too strong, you just end up putting yourselves in bad sync yourselves. Like, I think Fish, if they just stayed solid and didn't go for the aggression, may have been actually a lot safer. They have got a plan. It is going to be diffused slowly.
How did Terra not see that mine?
It's them ultra low configs, bro.
I guess you're right.
Oh, it's getting disarmed so slowly. The nade was not on point, unfortunately for Lunaside, who's now caught on a spawn, on a long spawn as well.
Now, anybody who's playing this train yard a lot needs to realize at this point, Kira is the ultimate show saver. If you have a Kira laser and you die and everyone's dead and they're disarming, especially when you kill the engineer, all it takes is one Kira laser to contest the objective long enough for you to get back.
Can they take advantage of this? They close the door, and
I want
they will get a plant.
I want them to do it because I want to see Team Fish do the same attack again on the second objective and open that side gate. Something really small and simple, but it was really fun to watch, and I want to see its effectiveness once again. But it doesn't look like at this point it's looking promising when it comes to getting even this first objective done. Let's be honest though, 20ID have been closer on the last few spawns to actually getting a plant, but it's still not looking great. The Kira laser comes out. 14 Fish, are they going to get anybody? He's chasing the Sawbones with it. Does get taken out.
2 kills apiece for both sides here, so it's a 3-on-3. And I like this, again, they're collapsing. Mason stays alive, so here is yet another time, a chance, an opportunity to plant. Will it happen? Lumpfish is still in the area. There's a healing station that is still up, and the healing station too strong.
Too strong. It finally gets taken down. Not the worst spawn ever.
Offensive healing station going into play. But no dice. It's going to get taken down nice and easy. And Fish showing absolute dominance here. We may have overrated 20ID, or overestimated, perhaps, is a better way to put it. Me? I might have.
I don't know. They're only messing, mate.
I might have.
No, I actually think they actually played really strong, and I think it probably was the closest match we were going to get on this side of the bracket, to be honest. I mean, they definitely played well. They almost was able to take this objective the first few times, and I honestly think it was just either Team Fish managed to pull the finger out and actually decided that we were making too many mistakes and cleaned up, or what I feel is most likely is that 20ID kind of got put on tilt after the first few spawns, where they were so close to actually be able to take the first objective in a decent time.
Alright, so the question now is, can 20ID plant on, get this first objective at all? Let's see. One more push, boys.
I want them to get it. I want to see the second objective on Fish again.
I'm actually kind of impressed with a Seagull's aura. That shotgun has been doing work. I've seen many one-on-ones won. That sounded ridiculous. But yes.
I haven't actually watched much shotgun playing competitive for a long time. I mean, most of the players that was rolling with the shotgun have actually switched out to either Lishlog or just not playing a shotgun merc anymore. But it looks like both the proxy and the aura on the attacking team were using the shotguns. Seagull managed to get two knife
maybe
kills.
if these guys are actually from TF2 and those kind of games that they were mentioning, shotguns are usually kind of something that you get very used to playing, so that might be the reason, maybe?
Yeah, and let's be honest, shotguns are still fairly powerful. I think, honestly, they could do with a tiny little bit of a rework, more small number tweaking than anything else right now. But, yeah, we just don't see it very much competitive at all. And we have seen it work out fairly well when teams in the past have used it. I remember watching Hollywood play Aura with shotgun, and he was absolutely going ham on that thing, so...
I don't know, I'm not a pro player at all. I'm not even that great, but I feel like shotguns are not that bad. I mean, especially if you have teamwork and you've got other guys with SMGs, you get up right in their face. It can do a lot of damage. You can take out a fragger really quickly with 2 shots, right?
Yeah, I think the place where the situation where shotguns really shine in Dirty Bomb is either in 1v1s when you're kind of corner camping. Obviously, you can do a lot of damage if you get the peek, but also for flanks. A shotgun who's on flank can do so much damage. It's pretty much kind of when you're in a 1v5 situation, or if you're using a shotgun and you want to win the 1v5, you kind of have to be behind them. And whenever we see big multi-kills from shotguns, it's because the shotgun guy, he sees his team getting engaged, he goes right around the back, flanks the other team, and ends up with a ton of kills.
So, Lynx is in the chat saying, shotguns are bad. I'm salty here. But no, I'm sure things will
Can you do
it
in his accent, please?
Just add R's to the end of everything.
This is going to sound really racist though if I do it in his accent. Let me at least attempt it. I'm being told that I'm not allowed to attempt it.
This is just getting awkward, more and more awkward as time goes on.
Well, let me try. Like, no, shotguns are bad. No.
That's okay. Stop. I gotta stop you there. All right, we're getting. Wow.
I mean, I can do an impression for you of Link's just like forever on loop.
All right, here we go, and Fish in a great position here. All they have to do is get past this first objective, and they're gonna get it. They're gonna take the win, and they're gonna move on to the grand finals of this cup. I think we're all gonna expect them certainly to do that here, as that was a full hold on the first objective. Honestly, truthfully, I was not expecting that. I thought we were going to see them at least get to the second or third objective.
No, I agree.
But now that that's happened, I have complete faith that Fish are going to be able to make it happen here and move straight on to the grand finals here in the Dirty Cup Proving Grounds tournament, brought to you by dirtycups.gg.
Actually managing to clean up, so it's not looking likely to happen on the first wave, but they've gone for the exact same strategy as last time. They actually had the combo push up to the far left, and they had the engineer and medic go into the center, and it seems to be working fairly okay. But
are we seeing a PDP semi-autoscope going on here for 20 ID?
New meta.
Pulling a bitey, yeah.
Pulling a bitey.
So, according to our producer, we're renaming the PDP officially to the Body Shot Cannon, because it does so much damage on an individual shot, and you can spam that thing so fast. It is really, really strong. I just don't feel like it has that same kind of that one-shot saving grace that the normal Moa sniper rifle has. But I do think it's more viable than a lot of teams actually make out. I'm sure we're going to see it eventually, especially when you're playing against so many late mercs. Like, for instance, we've got a Kira and an Aura on Team Fish, which will be just one-shot headshot gibbed from any range without PDP.
Alright, finally decent push here by Fish. I mean, they have been shut down completely so far, I'm surprised to say. But they are finally making a little bit of a progress, moving towards the objective. It's going to be a long plan. No, there's the engineer coming from behind. Not Terran gets it. The side door is
Closing the track, yeah.
open still, though. It's coming. Endless is trying to get the kills. He gets it. Wow, that thing shoots fast. Man, that gun, I don't think it's too bad. It's kind of good, actually.
It is strong. It's just hard to use, and it feels a little bit clunky at the moment. I'm hoping they make a few changes to how the scope actually works. But, there we go. They may be able to go for the defuse. It doesn't look like they're even going to try and defuse, though. And look,
Well, they
Lumpfish
better. This is their tournament life, man. Come on. And again, Lumpfish's Aura Station, unopposed completely. Oh, is there an engineer?
Here comes the laser.
Mason's in
It's
town.
going to be
but-
GG if he just keeps the laser on there, because that thing lasts for so long. There we go. Mason down, Gib.
Hawaii!
There you go. Down and out. The Fish have made it into the grand finals of the Proving Grounds tournament. I think they've proven their worth. We said it before and we'll say it again. This tournament is a huge, huge opportunity for Fish to get out there and finally place extremely high in a cup, as they've come on the fringe so many times. So here they are, finally getting their dues have been paid, and here they are in the finals of a cup. Great stuff.
The one thing I like seeing Aura is because one thing you'll see a lot, even as much as people hate Aura, you always see the Aura getting a lot more kills than the Sawbones. Just because for some reason when you're Sawbones and you have the med packs, you know, you get so caught up in trying to heal your teammates all the time that you'll shoot less, and a heal station automatically heals. So the whole time Aura can really just be putting out damage. All she has to do is press F once, drop her heal station, then from that point on she's just killing people and getting revives. So I think that's one of the big advantages.
A lot of people call me crazy when I say this, but I actually find it a lot easier. Like, not that you want to do this, you don't want to go out of your way to try this, but it's actually a lot easier, in my opinion, to take out like a Fragger with an Aura than it is with a Sawbones, just because that speed makes you so hard to hit, and the Blisslock just putting so much damage out on them headshots. And then you've got the healing station. Obviously, if you stood on that thing, it's almost a one fight, providing that you don't get a free headshot dinged. I don't know. I just find it really effective as a combat medic. I just kind of wish that heal station acted a little bit differently right now. But apart from that, I think Aura is a lot more viable than a lot of people have been given a credit for.
Yeah, and I think it really just comes down to how good you can be with the Blisslock, because the Blisslock does huge amounts of damage with headshots. It's just very, not very many people are used to using it. And really quickly, I'm checking up on the other semifinal to see what the progress is there. Maybe we can kind of watch that up to the grand final.
Cool. Do let us know. If not, we could probably even wait in the same server. It really depends how long it's going to be, obviously.
Yeah, I'm finding out right now.
So, Team Fish, I love you guys.
Actually, we might be moving right into the grand final.
Oh, was the other side quite fast as well?
One of the teams does not have 5 players, so they may just be... Yeah, they've been waiting for over 30 minutes, so I believe we're moving to the grand final. All right, so...
That is unfortunate.
Like it.
I believe it is going to be... see, which team is it? Wait a minute. This doesn't even look like... This was like the previous game. Hang on a minute. I'm getting clarification here.
You're getting confused. That's what you're getting, Inferno.
Because looking at the teams in here, this was not even the semis. So it looks like one of these teams still has to play Amazing Raisins. I'm going to find out.
Wow. At least we could catch it, but that's a long delay.
Yeah.
Dun dun dun.
So we've still got quite a bit of Dirty Bomb left ahead of us. Yep. I guess we will be watching both semifinals. What a treat. Everyone in chat, get hype. More Dirty Bomb coming your way. We'll have both semifinals for you coming up in just a little bit here. Whichever, I'm not even sure which team just took the forfeit win.
I believe it was Interior Designers, and when I had checked up earlier, they were already up by 1 map, so yeah, we'll see here. Apparently, the Thirds, one of their players is doing Ramadan or something, I'm not quite sure.
Ah, okay.
So maybe he's from India or
So the
Middle East.
Turkey or Europe.
So yeah, we're doing the second semifinal.
Just quickly while we get this sorted out, I just want to give a quick shout out to everybody. Thank you very much for coming out. It's been long. It's been a lot of interesting matches, a lot of new teams taking part right now. We are about to, it looks like, jump into the second semi-final, which means that we're going to have actually both sides casted, and then we'll actually go into the grand finals, which will be Team Fish versus whoever wins the next matches that we're about to watch. And yeah, thanks for sticking around, guys.
Yeah, we are just gonna get everyone into the next server. Hopefully, not too much time from now.
What's this thing that we've got as well going on with is it Razer? A nice keyboard which is up for grabs.
That's right. You can submit your name into the raffle. All you gotta do is follow us on Twitter, follow us here on Twitch, join our Steam group, do all of these things via the Razer link. It's on the Dirty_Cups Twitter right now if you want to go check it out. We are giving away a free keyboard, but you should also just be following us on all of these outlets anyway. So it's a great opportunity to both follow us, join up with the community, figure out so you'll be in the know whenever we're doing stuff, anything in the future. And you're also going to get entered to win a free keyboard. It's going to be pretty sweet. So
the Black Widow Chroma Dominant Edition. It's a long name. It looks very pretty. It's a Black Widow. Everybody knows how good the Black Widow keyboards are as well. So you can't be going wrong there. So yeah, be sure to enter, guys. If not, I'm going to win it. We're going to rig it. We're not. I'm not allowed.
So basically, what we're about to see is whether or not Fish is going to have some serious competition in the grand final.
Yes.
I am really hoping that these teams are going to put on a good show as strong contenders, because as much as everyone, Fish is kind of their favorites, we also want to see a really good grand final as well.
I'm expecting that, right? Because Vivacity are a decent team, and I'll be honest, I'll be straight. We've actually played versus them, and I've actually mixed with Team Fish when we played against them, and we did win more matches than lose, but we did lose a few versus Vivacity, and then also we've had amazing Raisins take out Vivacity. I don't know if it was a close match or anything. Obviously, we weren't there. But to see a team which is able to take out Vivacity, which will go against Fish, I think it's going to be surprisingly balanced if it's amazing like Raisins, and we don't even know what the interior designers are going to be able to do with this place. That ended up being a pun. It wasn't supposed to be a pun. I do apologize.
All right.
I mean, a lot of people are saying that amazing like Raisins are really good, and this other team as well, interior designers, I wouldn't count them out. I know that maybe they're not as experienced in Dirty Bomb. I think Raisins is probably more experienced, but I think we definitely could be seeing a good finals. It's really hard to say. Fish has been looking very strong.
Very, very strong. I'm surprised, and I'm proud of them, guys, let's not be honest. We've actually casted them a couple of times in the past. It was a different setup that they had, team-wise, but they didn't look very strong, to be fair. They looked kind of flimsy. They made quite a few mistakes. They just wasn't on the same level as the rest of the teams. And it's not just because it's a Proving Grounds tournament. We've actually seen them take out decent teams. We know how good they are now. They're actual strats on point. They're trying new things. They're actually kind of pushing the meta as well, which you wouldn't expect a team outside of the top 8 to normally be doing. They've picked up some amazing players in Flipside, Nocterran, and Swole Patrol, and it's definitely working out for them. And I actually think that they're going to be contenders moving forward in the traditional cups, like I've already said. So, yeah, I'm excited and proud of to see these guys enter from the first cup that we did, and no offense to them, get completely smashed to where they are now today, and where they're going to be in the coming weeks. So, GG.
Yeah, and again, this, as we've mentioned many times throughout the day, this is a cup catered towards the up-and-coming teams. So we've had quite a few tournaments where the same teams continue to get the top placings. We saw PKD, Reason Gaming, 6-6, ZFZ just consistently in those top 4 spots, making it to the semifinals basically every time. So we decided to do something where we kind of limit this to only newer and up-and-coming teams. And I would say that while no details are 100% finalized, I think a long-term vision for
Yeah.
this game and the community is to have regular events for all skill levels. So however that shakes out, not totally sure yet, but it is at the top of our minds when we're thinking about how we structure any future cups, any future leagues. We want to make sure that we're not just catering to the teams that are the same 5-6 teams that are basically head and shoulders above most other teams at this point. And also the rest of the community as well, and then everything in between. So that's why we're doing this now, and definitely look out for more of this in the future. I will also shout out one more time that if you are interested in competitive Dirty Bomb, the best way, bar none, to gain experience, learn about the meta, meet people, and eventually get onto a team is to play pickups via dirtycups.gg. So if you go to dirtycups.gg, you will see a link to the Mumble server on the right-hand side of the website, and all you need to do is join up in that Mumble. I think there was also recently somebody made a guide about how to play in pickups. Maybe someone can post that in chat. That's really the best way to get involved, and there are pickups on a daily basis. So yeah, and hey, look at this. Looks like we're gonna go to Underground for the first time today. Still no Chapel, but we are going to Underground.
It feels so strange to not see Chapel. Normally Chapel's like the most played, and to not see it at all, I have to admit I'm kind of disappointed. I like watching Chapel every now and again. I'm hoping that we see it in the finals, at the very least, but it'd be interesting to see. The teams are just getting ready. Most of the players are actually in. Tyso kind of having to vacate. Also, we've got Drio UK, who's also going to be playing. I don't know which team on.
I'm assuming that he's going to be on Raisins, considering the way he has his tag set up. Looks like he was a replacement player. They must have lost one of their original lineup.
He's a decent player, Drio. So.
Yeah, having Dreo is actually probably going to have a big impact. I mean, again, this is a guy that you see in pickups all the time. So,
yeah, Dreo is one of the most passionate Dirty Bomb players I've ever seen. Unfortunately, we can't hear him most of the time, so turn up your mic, Dreo. Or turn down the bitey, whatever.
You can't turn down bitey, that's blasphemy.
There's so many terrible inside Dirty Bomb jokes that no one's gonna get, but it's
we
so
get
good.
it. We get it.
We get it. That's all that matters.
Well, actually, no, it's not in fair. No, not at all. There's actually, I don't know how many people watching this right now, but we're getting shouted out for the professionalism of this cast right now. We're full esports. We're about to get started.
We're
teams
community.
Are in.
We're community driven. You know, it's all about it's all about the inside jokes that no one gets. I've already stirred up Dreo. Apparently, he's listening to the cast as well.
Should we just throw him some like bum information every couple of minutes? Just like, oh, look what they're setting
They're doing
up
a really
like.
slow flank all the way around the back.
Just
watch
take
Dreo turn around.
12 seconds.
all right, so we're heading on over to Underground for the first time today. A map that, you know, in the past has always been hectic, always been crazy, especially this first objective. Everyone just jumps onto it immediately, and the meta continues to shift in many different ways. For a while, we would just always see both teams just run straight up onto the roof at the very beginning. Then now we see some teams throw an airstrike, then go into the roof, and some teams don't do the roof anymore, and then come in after. It's always in flux, but it's one thing is for certain: it's always going to be crazy on Underground.
I think a big part of Underground is how well your team has planned out the defense for the bomb plant. We see a lot of bomb plants, but when it comes to actually securing the plant and holding it through the entire duration, that's usually where things start falling apart. And I gotta say, one thing that we never see on here is Kira, for obvious reasons, because it's, you know, it's kind of hard to use these kind of lasers effectively. But if you plant the bomb on the front of the first objective and on the last objective, Kira's laser can knock off like a 12 seconds of uncontested defuse. And it's something that I'd really like to see a lot of teams utilize. Better than having a sniper to cover the last plant. And you can even use it on here if you're able to get that plant on this front corner. You can put it right through the roof hole and knock off a really big chunk of time. I mean, it's 12 seconds. It's incredibly long.
The sniper's like really effective, but it's also one of those things where you just miss that shot, like you're out of there, right? Where I think the Kira's more like of a consistent merc to try and deny that defuse from, especially through that hole, because if you like take the BR-16 loadout and you can just like spam shots in iron sight through the hole, you're actually going to get more sustained damage over time. And then you've also got your laser. It can be dreadful. Like, it can be really strong. So I definitely think there's a choice there, sniper or Kira, and I'd definitely be interested in seeing a Kira every now and again. Like, I'm just looking around the map, guys. We've actually had a player which has unfortunately just quickly dropped out. He's going to be back any second now. And I'm actually looking at some of the posters which are actually located around the map. And there's one which is on this side tunnel which says Steg on it. Rule the Earth. And I was just thinking, imagine how cool it would be if in future we actually had hints towards the next patches put in by splash damage on these billboards around the maps.
Well,
that'd be amazing.
Yeah,
because this keeps changing. I've seen this change like 5 or 6 times since I started playing the game. We've had Rhino ones, we've had car ones, and now we've got Steg, Rule the Earth, and it looks like it's a PDA manufacturing company. So you never know.
I think it was also maybe talk about like clans being able to advertise their themselves on these in-game posters and stuff. But my favorite thing on Underground, it's been there for the longest time, is if you look at the very front of the actual bomb room, there's something that says clams, and I think it's supposed to say claims. I'm not sure if that's some sort of British humor that's flying over my head, or if that's just been there like a typo forever.
In the UK, what we have is something called Oyster cards, which are basically to use transport. You actually get an Oyster card and you put money on it. So I think clams is to avoid getting sued. But I suppose it's got a bit of American humor as well there. So normally you'd use your Oyster card on one side and you'd actually use your normal stuff on the other. I could be wrong though.
Gotcha, because I mean I was thinking of baggage claims at least in US airports and stuff like that, but I was like, clams? Like clams at an airport just doesn't add up.
I've used an Oyster card before. That one time. I went out actually to Splash Damage's offices. I was in London for a couple days, so decided to take the train over to Bromley, which is I would not recommend Bromley as a vacation spot. I probably had the worst Mexican food in my entire life, but at least I got to meet the Splash Damage guys. They gave me a signed copy of Quake Wars, so shout outs to those guys.
Nice.
It's about to start, but I'm going to ask the question: is Rhino's real name Neil Ventigator?
What?
Oh, that'd be a good question. You'd have to check the bio.
Yeah. There's a big poster which is an action hero, and he's called the Ventilator, and I'm wondering if that's actually supposed to be a hint towards Rhino. But anyway, we're about to start.
Yeah,
we're actually
here we
going
go.
to see.
It's gonna be the Raisins on attack. Amazing like raisins, right?
Raisins are pretty amazing.
I think so. Yeah, the tags have just all of a sudden vanished. I was just trying to actually see the team name list then. So actually going to see a plant on the left-hand side generator straight off the bat, which is something that is becoming quite like regular to see right now, rather than going up for that first attack on the roof. So they're going to try and hold this for about 50 seconds, then maybe go for a split push, like someone on the roof and some through that side entrance to try and get the plant. So it's going to be a little bit of time of more laid back play, more just watching the clock tick down until that C4 explodes. I feel like they could be doing more with this time though, Inferno. What do you think?
Yeah, it's kind of just like, I guess they're really dedicated to holding down this plant, making sure they don't get wiped and they accidentally defuse, something like that.
Yeah.
But they're playing very cautiously. I'm not quite sure. I mean, we'll have to see what they can do with it once the store blows.
And it's about to blow now, and it might even take out a couple of their own players if they're not careful.
I would like to also call out, not that it's end-all be-all or even really that important, but if you look at the levels of all of the players on the defending team, they clearly have about like a quarter as much experience in the game.
If not
amazing
less.
like Raisins. Probably
Yeah.
less. Probably less.
It takes me like a week now to go at one level. I'm level 45.
And well, it looks like Raisins
Jesus.
delivered. They get the clear wipe, and they're able to plant it on the front side, which is much easier to cover from the roof.
So as much as I criticise them for waiting that 50 seconds, it looks like the overall strat worked out fairly well, and this is going to be a decent time if they actually manage to defend for the next 30 seconds. I don't know why they're giving up roof control so easily. They just all jumped down. They was in great positions.
Oh, the engineer is down and gibbed for the defending team, so
And-
not looking likely for the interior designers.
No, that's it. They're going to start pushing forward. Now, if they don't start backing up, they could be in a lot of trouble. It looks like there's a bit of a split in communication on the defender's side. Is the engineer going to get picked off? No, he manages to be far enough away, and that was in a really strong time set for the first objective. Obviously not the fastest we've seen, but fairly high up there. That nade, that bounce off the
I
pipe.
liked that nade. It didn't
That was
actually do
beautiful.
anything, but I like the positioning of the FOT there. Very nice. The turret now is set up in a very annoying position, but I'm sure it will go down momentarily here. Horror Station also up and doing tons of work, keeping the Raisins very healthy right now as they continue to push forward almost unopposed.
And
There's only
this
2 of them
hold's been
left,
stopped.
but
The hold is not going to happen. This is normally where you buy at least a couple of minutes and it's already been taken down. So now, really the defender should consider falling back further. It's obvious that they haven't got the give potential or the killing
Germany-
potential.
I don't know about this push. A little bit too aggressive there by Drio and his pocket medic, Eric.
Yeah.
Pushing in before the rest of the team was there, so a little bit of a mistake.
You never want to fight on them stairs. As soon as you die on them, you fall down. You ain't getting revived, son. You're going to
true.
fall down on the conveyor belt to give them.
Oh, well,
They're
the
slowly
whole...
regaining some ground
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Spoke a little bit too soon, but now I gotta say I feel like they're pushing up too far forward because the Raisins are about to start spawning right here. This could actually bite defending team in the ass if they don't fall back.
Drio
well
going for the
here.
control room. Control room is about to be sacrificed at this point. The combo is just running away. He doesn't manage to get a revive, but Drio manages to clean up. They're going to close the track gate, which is going to make it so much harder for the defenders to get back into position. From now on, is that engineer going to go down? Blue does go down. The plant's going to go. They are planting on the tunnel side for the sniper spot. It'd be interesting to see. Have they got Akira in that loadout? They do. Drio's Akira. Oh, are we going to see that come out, or are they going to go for a traditional hold? I don't know yet.
They actually have 2 Kiras. I'm not quite sure if
Yeah.
they're aware that they can use it,
Uh-oh.
but we'll see.
They've
He
actually
might have
where
also
they've planted
planted
it. They
it.
can't do it. Yeah.
Yeah, he also planted it right under the roof, so you can't actually use it.
Oh, you silly sausages.
That's a new one.
Very unique.
The laser's not needed anyway. They just completely clean
Yeah.
house. I think
15
interior
seconds
designers a little too panicked on that push. They didn't really try and go for a wipe. They kind of just all like Congo lined it right into the enemy.
This
Never
was, let's
what
be
you wanna
honest,
do.
looking like
Definitely
a really dominating push from Amazing Like Raisins. Obviously, managed to fight through some really good teams on the way up to this fight. And I'm wondering if that was maybe a little bit down to just pure momentum. As soon as they'd actually done that first attack that they expected to do, like blow off that side door and then push in, maybe the rest of it was all momentum based. But if you just look at the kills on the board and the levels, like you already mentioned, Fish Sticks, it's not looking good right now.
Yeah, and the Raisins looking very dominant. I will mention, it's our job to keep the storylines going and the hype going, but also in reality, we have seen faster caps than that. In fact, I believe there was one cup where one team got like a 5-minute time here on Underground,
This
and
was
then we
4 minutes
completely
53, yeah.
we completely wrote the other team off,
Oh, yeah,
and then the
I
other
remember.
team ended up coming back and getting a slightly faster time. Which was just absolutely
was-
insane.
6 seconds, I think it was, that I managed to beat out their opponents by. And we was like, oh, they're done. They haven't got a chance. Then 6 seconds left, boom. Manages to secure it.
Yeah, that's right. So still a chance here for the interior designers. Let's see if they can design a victory here. It's going to be tough. It's honestly going to be really tough.
Right now, if they don't go for that cap on the left-hand generator and just go straight up onto the roof and actually drop straight down, they're going to save themselves a good minute and a half, which Amazing Like Raisins actually waited, actually setting up the push in the first place. So there is like a minute to play with right now and still be able to match them on time. So.
Oh. They have a good position. They're spread out evenly on the top side of the map here. None of them they're not really dying. In fact, they're getting the kills so far. It's fairly even still as the firefights continue to blaze onwards. But not really, they never really got into the objective area. They took the roof, which is great, but they have never been able to find a way inwards. And to boot, they have not planted on either of the side objectives at this point. So still a precarious position, but I do commend the firefight so far. They've stayed alive and are getting a serious number of kills here.
Shane is a ghost, is absolutely destroying people right now. He does finally get taken out by the enemy fragger, but he's revived again. They're going to drop down into the hole. You're going to be able to get a plant off. It's not looking likely, unfortunately. They did get taken down, but we have got two attackers going in for the front. One of them is an engineer. Can he actually get the plant?
Oh, the plant's actually
No!
going... so close. And Pookie Bear not only with the kill, but with the give as well. So the engineer down and out. Which means it's going to be tough to cap at that point.
I don't know.
What is everyone saying? Why is everyone lolling? They're saying haha lol.
It might have
missed
been Troy got like a crazy, I'm not sure it was a no-scope headshot on Dreo,
Yeah.
and then point-blank headshot, and then they got into a little bit of a knife fight with the last guy there.
I have to be honest, like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing at all, but the knife fights in Dirty Bomb can be hilarious sometimes.
Yeah,
Watching
especially
people swing.
when it's two light mercs and
Yeah.
they're just dancing, and they got like the slow hitting cricket bat.
I use my knife all the time.
I think I've probably got like 10 knife kills in the whole time I've been playing Dirty Bomb, and that's a lot
you
of
serious?
hours. I just don't use it. I can't use it. I just get lost. I've got a really low sensitivity, and swiping my mouse across the mat is less than a 90-degree turn. So, yeah, I can't
Oh
turn
wow,
around.
are you serious?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So far it
Interesting.
looks like Raisins holding strong.
But look where these two attackers are. They're actually snuck in. Everyone's
Yeah.
on the roof. And
They
they're gonna
should
get
hear
What?
the audio though. They hear the plant audio.
Yeah.
Still
it
fast
went,
enough.
It went down.
But if they actually waited like 10 more seconds, he may have actually been in a much better position, because they would have had the rest of the players pushing up onto the roof at the same time. I mean, right now, don't get me wrong, they have actually pulled everybody down, but it's really ended up being a net loss overall, because they've lost them two players. Poor
Yeah, exactly.
timing, but a good little bit of ninja going on anyway.
Pookie's about to get a big flank on the roof.
Ghost coming in and clearing out the objective as well, so the plant could go down here. Looks like it probably will. Oh, barely not. And one thing that I'm seeing from the Raisins that is impressing me is they're effectively giving as soon as they're getting the kills.
Yeah.
So not even giving a chance for medic work to come into play.
It's physically impossible now for, it has been for a while actually, for the Amazing Like Raisins and interior designers. It was impossible for interior designers to actually be able to reclaim a victory, so I wonder what the second map's going to be. I wonder what it's going to be like as well. I mean, fight-wise, it seems fairly okay at this point. Shane is a ghost, he's still just going crazy.
Oh, the first map will wrap up very quickly here. We will be moving on to the second map, inching ever closer to the grand finals of this little event that we have today. Single elimination 32-team cup, presented to you by dirtycups.gg, of course. My name is Fishdicks. I'm joined by Pixel Twitch and
Hello.
Inferno. You can follow us all on Twitch and on Twitter. Someone will post the links, I'm sure. But it's been a pleasure to cast for you. What?
Going straight to bridge.
Yeah, we're not
at that
wasting no
point,
time.
I think they realized the game was over. They're ready to go to the next map. So in chat, they
All
actually
right.
sorted it out.
Well done. I
Efficiency.
totally approve of that.
We waste no time
totally
here.
approve of that. That's a little something called garbage time that we were playing with right there, where it's like literally there's no way to win, so it's garbage time. Throw it in the garbage and move on.
We need an overlay for the stream which actually just rains garbage like over the screen slowly when it goes into garbage time. I think that would be next level production values and all that kind of jazz.
Exactly.
So anyway, that was amazing, like Raisins map choice underground. So now, with it being flipped up, maybe Bridge is more in the favor of interior designers. So I definitely wouldn't count them out. They are deciding to attack first, so we could, in theory, end up with a long one if the balance from the last map is anything to go by. But obviously, being their map choice,
Actually,
maybe they've got some crazy
we are
strats.
switching, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah, so we're going to be restarting here. It's actually Raisins choosing to attack first, so yeah. And I think this is actually good news for interior designers, considering you can build up a lot of confidence defending on the first objective of this map, which can carry over to the next, to the second half. And I think they really need it. They need to find their footing against Raisins if they want to bring this thing into a third tiebreaker map. So
I think they've fixed them teams now. I think they're all on the right team. I'm just going off levels here, though, to be honest.
Now,
so there we go.
Are we good now? We good?
believe we are good.
So,
all right, here we go. Bridge one more time. Still no chapel today.
I know, so disappointing. Anyway, we're actually going to see Amazing by Raisins going for an attack. They're actually all going to push up 5 men onto the bridge. Let's see how the defenders are going to be set up for this. Looks like they're going for a very traditional setup. They've got a sniper on the red bus, got the motion sensor out, so they'll know that they've actually all coming this way now. 2 people drop down, very reminiscent of the strategy that we saw Fish take, but the sniper gets an amazing pick, taking out one of the medics instantly. So this push looks like it may be muted.
Wow. Troy is doing work so far.
Yeah.
Does eventually get taken down though, so giving a Raisins an opportunity to get the plant, there's the repair going a little bit here. As
Bookie's already on it, getting a really big chunk repaired, gets the revive as well.
I just like Raisins. They're acting quickly here. They're reviving quick. They're giving quick. They're making snap decisions and moving as a team, and that's allowing them to really have a huge advantage.
So, right now, the sustain from Amazing by Raisins on that point is absolutely outstanding, and they've cleared it up again. They're going to be able to start getting a bit of attack repair. There's only really Troy left, and sure, he's a sniper, but when you're hid behind that EV, there's very little you can actually do, and it looks like they may be able to wipe for a defend, but no, they've slowed down. Looks like they're going to back off, and really they need to start thinking about getting that generator repaired instantly, otherwise they're going to be in a spot of bother on this second objective.
Alright, the EV is moving unopposed here in very good time, to be honest. Could be slightly faster, I guess, but barely. It was really Troy's headshots early on in this map that stopped them from pushing in earlier. But here comes the EV, and will that generator... what will it take for that generator to go down? Let's see. Maybe we might see Raisins try to throw some explosives onto the generator instead of just planting it, but we'll find out very shortly here what their plan of attack is.
Trio switch out to the Nader, which I'm assuming is going to take this position next to where the EV is currently and actually just start throwing in some grenades. It's going to take him around 2 spawns or about a minute to be able to do this, so it is slightly longer with a solar Nader to do it with just explosives, but it's a lot easier than trying to break into that point.
And Troy continuing to rack up the headshots here, getting both the kill and the give instantly. It's a nice little package. Every time you can give one of those to your team, they're got to be pretty happy about that. Oh my god, Shane is a ghost with a double nade too. So, great time to get the EV to the barricade this quickly, but showing signs of life. Here are the interior designers. They don't want to be taken out just yet.
Well, Trey was just raining in damage on the generator from a distance, and they really can't let him do that. Otherwise, it's just a matter of time ticking down before that generator gets destroyed by those grenades.
Yep, in comes some more nades. Are other people switching out as well?
Done. It's done, it's down, it's finished.
Wow,
the EV hasn't been
fast.
stopped and it's moving.
And that was a big mistake, I think. They were playing so passively, they just basically gave him the generator for free. I'm not sure if they're aware that you can destroy it as well. This is a proving ground.
I would, if I had to guess, I would guess that the majority of players below like level 8 probably have no idea that you can even destroy that generator. You don't even see it happen. in competitive play very often. In fact, I feel like we've seen it more in this tournament today than we have in almost any other cup. So I like that move by Splash Damage to give you more than one option. It's great. I love it.
It's going to be an amazing time set if they can't actually stop this. It doesn't look like we're actually going to see any of the defenders pull out something to stop this. I mean, there are Skyhammers in squads, but it's too late. There's not enough time. And actually, look at the spawn times that they've still got left. They could get in and get the first objective before the defenders could even get there if they make a move now.
Yeah, Ruckus actually getting a solid handful of revives there on that last parking point. I think he pretty much single-handedly allowed them to do that, because it looked like, was it Interior Designers? I always forget this name because it's so ridiculous. They had a solid set of kills, and Ruckus just kept chain reviving the other medic and the other players with that aura, just dodging and weaving. And they got some really good momentum going into this last objective now.
So it looks like the defenders are trying to get into decent positions, but it doesn't look like it's working out all too great for them right now. The objective was almost snatched. It looks like they are going to be able to retake this and hopefully get a set up for the next one waves.
Yeah, the turret is the last player up on Raisins.
And Troy's the only player left up on the defenders as well. That was almost a full wipe for both teams.
Not quite sure, he just chose to give out his teammate. Maybe just a little bit of a joke there.
It seems like the interior designers just having a little bit of fun with this today.
Oh man, I'm
Poking
loving the
fun at each
Sawbones
other.
breakdancing infinitely by the objective right now. He's been going at it for a long time.
I don't see it on my screen,
Maybe it's
sadly.
just on my screen, but it's still going.
Yeah, no, not for me.
So this last objective can take an awful long time, and if there's any time where interior designers could actually regain their chances moving forward, this is going to be the one. The setup isn't too bad. They seem to be fairly slow on getting the revives out, unfortunately, and it looks like they're just going to be able to... Are they going to hold on? Just?
Yeah, it does look like they're continuing to hold on in here.
Yeah,
We
I think
haven't seen
a big part of it is Blue's turret placement, if you look at it right now.
Yeah.
Raisins keeps attempting to push really heavily on this right side, and once they come through the windows, that turret is putting out tons and tons of damage.
I don't feel like we've seen a lot of really clutch nades coming from the Fragger on Amazing Like Raisins. David hasn't been... I haven't seen a lot of double kills or a lot of insta-gibs either, which is something you kind of need to have on this final objective. I mean, you got to clear out that health station as it is cleared out, as I'm talking about it. You got to clear out the turret, which is now cleared out as well. So a little bit finally clearing the objective area, but it's a 3-on-2 in favor of the defenders here. So I think this is going to get shut down once again, and actually that's going to be probably 2 long spawns here if Pookie Bear isn't careful. But no, Pookie Bear gets the kill. Wow, all by himself, running straight through. I spoke too soon. I thought there were still more defenders nearby, but this light comes in. Troy is watching from afar, and there's a headshot as well. So Troy kind of saving the day for now.
Disaster's going to get taken out, right? No. There we go, Eric is
But
down.
there's no way that they're going to be able to stop this now. I mean, there's only a few of them left. They're coming from the sides. Gunny moving, Disaster moving forward. But the objective is still in a precarious spot. Could be picked up and planted any second now.
And if they overcommit to this at the wrong time, they could catch a long spawn and lose the second objective very quickly as well. So they got to be very careful about that right now.
You're exactly right. It's long spawn. It's long spawn. It's long spawn. Don't get caught out, Troy. And he's done.
20 seconds for Troy.
But they was very, very lucky on the time that it took down. A couple of seconds earlier on the killouts, and this second objective would have been done. I don't know if that was skill or a little bit of luck, but either way, it doesn't look like it's going to matter. The nade comes in, rains down death and destruction, and the second objective is going to be uncontested, and there we go.
So what was looking to be an incredible time is now still a good one, but not a great one. Definitely better than average though, so I think the Raisins are going to be happy with that. It's going to be a tough order to beat that as well, switching sides.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Troy was doing some real work with that sniper rifle on the defenders team, and I mean, Shane is a ghost is also like on massively positive KD. I think kill-wise, if you actually look at both teams, it's fairly equal all the way through. So I don't know, maybe this being interior designers' map selection, maybe they're actually going to come out with a strategy that could beat
Well,
this.
One thing you have to remember is we're playing bridge, right? And when it's kind of not a good sign when the defenders break even with the attackers, because usually on bridge, this first objective especially, it's so defender biased that you will die a lot more than the defenders to complete this map.
Yeah,
Even at a high level.
I agree completely. I do agree. I just, I'm trying to keep hope, Inferno. Stop taking my hope away. What are you doing, son?
I'm just a realist. I can't help it. I think it's all going to come down to right now how good interior designers' attack is going to be. If they get caught in an infinite loop of not being able to gain any ground and getting good repairs on the EV, they could be here for a long time.
Yeah, would not be surprised at all to see them get stuck on this first objective. It is a difficult one, to be honest.
We're seeing a 3-1-1 push. Coming in now, we've got Blue, who is kind of waiting for the defenders to get pulled out of position, but he reveals himself far too early. He is going to get pushed and taken out, and more patience is needed, Sonny Jim. More patience is needed. The combo's doing some damage around the back. Drio does get taken out. Combo is still alive, and they could have actually got the fragger up, and maybe they would have had a better chance. A little bit of a flimsy attack, to be honest. Attacking from multiple different points, approximately the same time, but just not doing the damage that they needed.
They actually all got dropped before they could even walk out the doors to the actual objective area itself, so...
Troy was even in a good flanking position. He just wasn't able to connect this time. I mean, he was last round, so no hate for Troy whatsoever, because he played amazingly last round. But yeah, it's going to take a couple picks to get in here. They do get a kill and a gib, though, so that's a 5-on-4 now. They are very weak, though, so they've got to stick together. Oh, it's a... Oh, wow. That's about that.
Just unfortunate that Troy's the only person left. He was a sniper. He's not really going to be able to push into two players on his own, especially when one of them players is a sniper themselves. It was looking so good, but the nades just came out and ended up in Amazing Like Raisins' favour. So, another reset. Are we actually going to see a different strategy? We're seeing 4 people go up on towards the bridge, and again we're seeing, no, actually just Troy going for the pick. He gets a pick onto David. Puts him down on the short spawn, unfortunately, so it isn't that big of a play. They're actually in on the point, though, and there they go. It looks like they've cleaned it.
The build is going to begin, and it should actually continue for a significant amount of time here. Probably going to go to at least halfway here.
No,
potentially more with the heal station being put in place.
Oh,
but
there's the Pookie Bear.
The triple headshot!
First headshot was a piercing headshot as well. Just turned into a kebab. Wow.
Yeah,
single-handedly save them for at least a couple seconds. I think this fragger might be able to get the repair finish here by the time they get back, but wow, what a shot. What a pair of shots.
My goodness. Oh, baby.
They're not going to stop it, are they? No. Now, if interior designers manage to win this little battle that they've got going on here, it could be really bad news for Amazing Like Raisins, and it looks like they're going to. Luckily for them, the spawns did just come up. All 5 managing to respawn just at the right time. Are we actually going to see interior designers push to stop this rebuild? Doesn't look like we are, so...
We're going to need to see a nader coming out from interior designers. Dreo's nader play...
Oh, they're in on it! They're in on it! It doesn't matter, they cleared it out!
Wow.
How did he push it into there?
They cleared it, but no one's driving.
Hold on a second.
Okay, there we go.
Hold on a second. If you look at the build time, it was only actually a few minutes later.
Yeah.
This is not without out of the realm of possibility here at all.
But look at this, we've got 5 people going up on top. I don't think they were ready for this. Shane's going to get taken out almost instantly. The medics just running to their death. What were they thinking? You need to be more careful when you consider going in for a crazy kind of pickup like that. The barrier is now repaired. The EV's not being pushed, well, not fast enough anyway. By now, they should have actually been at the barrier position. And all of a sudden, from a promised moment, it's looking like it's again in Amazing Raisins' favour.
Yeah, you know, they almost could have gotten the EV to the objective if they had not stopped moving it forward, which would have completely changed the pace of this game right now. Now it's kind of looking like, it's probably out of the realm of possibility. They have to take down the generator again. If they're planting on it, it's going to take 50 seconds for that plant to
The
explode.
EV is about to go down now to an airstrike, something that we didn't see happen on the other side.
Yeah, I think the
it's hard
mistake
work.
there was they actually pulled 2 players off the generator room once they took it, and they put them on the EV. Really, they should have just had Troy there with the sniper moving the EV and kept the engineer to help lock down that generator. But yeah, at this point, it's very unlikely they're going to be able to meet that time. Especially
looks like they're
considering
going in
still waiting
for
to see a nader.
They're going in for the plants.
Yeah, this is a big mistake.
Yeah, like how do you? Yeah, they've got 2 naders on that squad. They could certainly switch out to a nader, and I think maybe. Oh no, blue has switched. Maybe we are going to see the nader tactic come into play. He's going into position. No, he's pushing further forward.
Misses the
Bouncing
first one
nades
there.
off.
There we go, he's got it now. Those nades are landing perfectly where you want them. Chase out Gunny though.
Gunny just walking into it nice and calmly, like, yeah, I'll try and plant.
At this point, your teammates are basically just a distraction anyway, while you wait for the nader to slowly chip down that generator.
Yep, and that generator still looking fairly healthy here. It's quite a bit more.
Yeah, it's still got more than a third of its HP left. You can tell by the model. Unfortunately, we don't have the indicators.
All right, I gotta
spectator
say right now, I think that no one realizes. Owen definitely saw that, but oh, we saw it on stream as well. Blue just gets killed and just hits his martyrdom for no reason. There's no enemies. TK's his teammate. Wow, why? It's just that reflex.
And
I'm
again,
dead. Press F.
And again, he just did it. He just doubled it.
Oh my god. Alright,
Next level, blue.
I think it's this is devolving here
I
very quickly.
guarantee next time they play, blue will not be the one playing nader. They will have someone who's a little less trigger happy with that martyrdom.
GGs are being called.
GGs.
Rightfully so. This game is over. But I will say the interior designers, I'd like to see more from them. I mean, given just how low their levels are, basically meaning how little they've actually played the game compared to other top teams, they actually fared quite well, I would say. So I'd like to see them stick with it, keep scrimming, keep practicing, and give it a shot next time.
I think Blue's gonna have get a stern talking to after this. That was how many team kills? It was a fair few as Nader in a short period of time. It's only level 9. We've got to give a little bit of slack. It was a fun game to watch. So thanks very much for both teams, and congratulations to Amazing Like Raisins. So Amazing Like Raisins versus Fish. These are 2 teams that we have seen in cups in the past. Never really getting to the point where there was casting best of threes. And again,
that was beautiful.
At this point in the game, Blue's trying to see how many team kills he can get. He just got a quad kill on his teammates, which I guess would be an ace because he also killed himself. So congrats to Blue for that big ace clutch play for Raisins? Question mark. I don't know.
I think you actually still get awards for killing teammates as well, so his XP count is going to jump up.
Don't you get negative XP for team kills? Like, you can actually de-level yourself if you end games with negative XP.
Yeah, I have seen minus level 1 players in this game, which is always hilarious to see.
So maybe there's a reason why Blue's level 9 on his team and the rest of his teammates are around the same level.
He's actually played for over 1,000 hours already.
Yeah. Road to level 1.
Alright, well, that is going to wrap it up for the semifinals. That means we have a grand finale, which is going to be Raisins versus Fish. 2 teams we have seen plenty of times before, so it's no surprise to see them make it this far. We'll be jumping right into the grand finals as soon as possible, so stay tuned. You're watching the DirtyCups.gg Proving Grounds tournament.
Wait.
What?
We need a quick a mention. That I think this is the first cup in it is the first cup in Dirty Cups history where it's actually been 2 American teams in the final.
Oh yeah, boy. That's right.
Wow. If that's what it takes, we have to have a Proving Grounds tournament. Come on, America. What's happening here? Okay, same server, gotcha.
Okay, so yeah, just sit tight. We're going to get this going as soon as we can. And thanks everyone for tuning in and enjoying some Dirty Bomb action on this fine Sunday. I think Counter-Strike is over for the day, so go tell your esports buddies what's going on. You know, the hardcore FPS is this one, so make it happen.
I'm excited. I'm actually excited. Now, I am going to riot if there's not a Whitechapel. I want to see a Whitechapel. At least one. I can't cast.
You know,
What is it,
I
15
I
games
think
without
the
a
reason
Whitechapel?
why I'm assuming the reason why we're not saying Whitechapel is because these teams are so used to scrimming against like some of the top teams of Dirty Bomb on Whitechapel that they just are sick of it. You know, there's too many bad memories on Whitechapel.
No, I'm actually going to pull out a different theory. I think your theory is Sentinel Inferno, but I think the real reason why we're probably not seeing Whitechapel is really kind of difficult to play when you've got to be playing an Aura. I think Aura just isn't that great on Whitechapel full stop, apart from maybe the final objective, and I think that may be playing a part in it, especially when a lot of teams before Sparks was banned out were practicing with Sparks on Whitechapel, and it's a completely different game.
Yeah, that very may well be true, to be honest. I do agree. I think the dynamic with having an aura or not having the double sawbones really does change, especially on Whitechapel, where you have to be so much more aggressive all of the time. Because of the fact that it's all a really long EV run. I think that once Sparks is fixed, all the issues with Sparks are fixed, we'll probably be seeing that aura replaced with a Sparks for the Whitechapel main EV objectives. Yeah.
Sure, absolutely.
With Whitechapel, one interesting thing is like it may seem like Bridge on paper. I mean, like the EV travel distance may not be all that dissimilar, but there's also a lot of tighter corners on Bridge, which means that you've always like you're in a smaller area when you're actually playing. With Whitechapel, everything just feels really long, doesn't it? It feels like you're just moving constantly forward, which doesn't really work that well when you've actually got a static ability such as a healing station. So